We're doing an operation here in Bonnekoor today, and we found many of these shops that is illegal. We're checking the licenses and all the compliance, and we found here is a private clinic, and it looks like the documentation is not legal. On my right hand side there's even a gambling center. Around the corner you'll see there's even a place where they're keeping tires, which is illegal. When that tires catch fire, this whole building will burn. So we're coming in to do the bylaw enforcement like is requested by the law, and that's why we just want to ask you, make sure there's still time for you to register for your company before the 16th is over. Thank you very much.
So today we are here to announce to the residents that that are supplied by the Bylaw reservoir that the water is safe to drink. So that marks the end of the completion of the first phase of the water. Remember, we've got 4 modules that we need to roll out to cover all the residents that are supposed to be supplied by the River Wastewater Treatment Plant. So today we can confirm that phase 1 is done, the first module is complete. The residents that are supplied by the Bylaw reservoir can drink the water. We have drink the water ourselves. So that's the first part. The second part is that in terms of our schedule of the 4 modules, we are supposed to complete the second module at the end of February, the third module at the end of April, and the 4th module at the end of June. When we are done with these modules, all these areas should then be covered in a sense that all of them must have drinkable water in their tanks. So that's where we are insofar as the clip drift package plant that was commissioned in order to provide an interim relief to these residents. Of course, the mid to long-term project is the wastewater treatment plant. There's nice progress that's happening there in terms of the phase 1. That phase 1A is done. That we're supposed to go launch that portion of the project while we continue with 1B and phase of that project. Now, here, I think it's safe to say the residents, while it has delayed for 3 months, but we are happy to say as the city of Tshwane, we can confirm that these areas they can drink the water.
Good morning, residents of Tshwane. We just really want to warn you. Today we are here in a makeshift clinic that does not comply to a lot of the regulations that are out there. We want to encourage residents that when you do visit healthcare facilities, make sure that they are compliant, that the practitioners are registered with the various health bodies in the country. Thank you.
Good morning. This is a great day in Tshwane, where once again we have around 57 staff members who have made themselves available to do legal training with a view to assist the municipality in an area where we are short-staffed in that we do not have sufficient legal advisors in the various departments. So they will be going through a course, and this course is facilitated by the TLMA, at the end of which they would have a legal qualification. They would be recognized by the authority for legal practitioners here in Gauteng, and they would then be available to be placed within the municipality in that capacity as legal advisors. This current crop comes from a variety of positions, some are drivers, some are messengers, administrative staff, etc. So we are very thankful that they have made themselves available, and we're looking forward also to expand this program to other municipalities. I welcome this cohort of staff and wish them all the best with their studies. Thank you.
All signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from the meeting in the minutes. May we begin with our council meeting by observing a moment of silence and in prayer or meditation, please. Sit where you are, Councillor Ratukwan. Let's observe this moment. Thank you very much. Your Worship, the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79, committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public. I welcome you all to this council meeting. Again, in our midst, we've got the MEC of Finance, MEC Lebohan Maile, is in the galleries. He is with us in this council meeting today. We welcome you, sir. Thank you very much for being part of this meeting. Honorable councillors, I also wish to welcome all our guests invited here today in terms of Section 130 of the Municipal Finance Management Act for purpose of the annual report. They are seated on the podium and in the official gallery. I will individually introduce them when we get to the annual report. Applications for leave of absent. Honorable councillors, for the purpose of informing council in as far as leave of absent for councillors from the council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to Council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip.
Speaker, thank you very much. The following councillors have been approved in line with our city's processes in inquiring leave of absence. Then I will start with Christo van der Jewe, DA sick leave, Jackie Hayes, DA study leave, Mpati Rampele, ANC attending training, Mpolo Wele, ANC attending training, Sylvia Lelaka, ANC family responsibility, Neom Chumi, ANC family responsibility, TR Mpatlele, DOP, party deployment, Patricia Munisi, EFF, organization work, Rebecca Adibakwani, EFF, organization work, Buitimelo Rasweso, EFF, organization work, Tabo Mwalusi, Action SA SIC. And then now I will move to the councillors who are arranged to arrive late. GMAX, VF plus 12 to 1, Alderman Aaron Maduleke, ANC 12. Then I will move to councillors who requested to leave early. Can you give me where is that list? You got the list here. I've got RJ Grebe, VF Plus, and then I've got Obakeng Ramabodi. I've got also Godwin Ratukwani, Benjamin Disolani, and Cho Fatoma Shabela. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Yes, Councillor Matsibati.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, one apology was not noted in release. Alderman Chief Whip, his leave came in last night, and we did process it, and it is approved by your office. And also, Speaker, there seems to be 2 to 3 EFF members who have not been to this council for the last 6 or more months. And our leave policy says that if it's beyond 3 months, this council must approve those leaves. We request the Chief Whip does the correct thing and bring that report here for us to approve those councillors to be on leave, indefinite leave. It may seem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That issue has been addressed with the Office of the Chief Whip in our last meeting by myself and my office. So we say it again.
I'm saying it must be cancelled.
No, yes, but what I'm telling you now that we dealt with that problem in our last council meeting. So allow me a space to bring it to council if it has to come to council. Thank you. No. You don't tell me. No. Councillors, I just said to you, Councillor, no one is in the kingdom. I'm saying this was addressed last month. Then allow me a space to look at it, what's happening. And I will bring it if I have to. If I have to, I will bring it. It's not necessary. If I have to. Thank you so much. Officials notice, there is none. Yes, Chief Whip.
Speaker, thank you very much. You know, this matter of the EFF, I've got the report in my office and I'll give you the feedback, and I'll give the council the feedback in the next council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Deputy Chief Whip.
Speaker, on the issue of the alleged apology missing of a DA councillor, and we can't have a Marabastad approach of apologies. There is a process and procedure in the Office of the Chief Whip on how we handle these issues. I would like to request that Madziwandela councillor provide us with the information of that particular apology so that we can even follow up in the office and correct this situation, because it can't be that Councillor Madziwandela, each and every time there is a meeting of council in particular, he comes here and raises issues around the issues of apology. So we want to help him so that we understand the process flow in terms of how things are done in the Office of the Chief Whip, because there seems to be gaps. So during the meeting between me and him, we'll find space and then we'll handle that issue. Then we clarify it so that in the next meetings we don't have this problem.
Can you attend? Thank you very much. what I can say on this point, as I responded to the Chief Whip of the Opposition, that we have attended this to the last council meeting. We did raise the concern as the office with the affected party. Then, as the Chief Whip is saying now, can we please then, the apology that has not been raised by the Chief Whip, can it be addressed with the Chief Whip, please, when we leave here? Or you can find space to address each other, because it seems the apologies from your side always missing. So let's deal with that. Thank you very much. Yes, point of order.
Thanks, Speaker. It's point of information. You see, Speaker, and I did not want to raise it here, but the Deputy Chief Whip, the Chief Whip of the majority party, speaks of protocol. We do not submit leave forms to him. We submit them to the Chief Whip of Council. And we have done so through the right channels. And the Chief Whip of Council has approved it. And I'm saying we have an approval from the office of the Chief Whip. I don't know why is it not part of his notes. So I wanted to place it on record that there is an apology from Councillor Enrulich, so that it is on record in this council. It is already approved. Thank you very much.
The system is playing. You can't sabotage me today. Please, operator, make sure that the system works. Thank you. Let's move to the unopposed proposal by the Speaker and the other proposals allowed by the Speaker. Agent reports for submission to the Council meeting of 30th January 2025. Honourable Councillors, the report contained in Part 3 of our agenda were received from the leader of the executive business on the 23rd January 2025 and delivered to the SharePoint on the 23rd January 2025. These reports are deemed urgent and therefore must serve to this Council. I trust that the Executive Mayor will also speak on these items when she submits her reports. We will get to these reports towards the end of our agenda. Reports allowed by the Speaker and his discretion in terms of Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders. Honourable Councillors, Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders provides for reports or matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed at the discretion of the Speaker. I have allowed the following report under the Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders: Office of the Speaker Annual Programme for Ward Committee Meetings in all wards, 107 wards, from 1st February to 30th June. We will get to this report at the end. Honourable Councillors, Section 8(2) of the Rules and Orders provides for Speaker to allow, at the Speaker's discretion, the bringing forward of any business on the agenda after the matter referred to in paragraphs A to E of Section 8(1) have been considered. In accordance with Section 8(2) of Rules and Ethics, immediately after the Executive Mayor has tabled his report to Council for consideration, I will therefore bring forward the following item on the agenda, which is item 13. Honourable Councillors, update of functional of ward committees and payment of stipend. Honourable Councillors, the City of Tshwane, through the Office of the Speaker, established 98 ward committees in 2024 in line with the approved Ward Committees Bylaw of 2022 and planning to establish the remaining 9 ward committees by end of February 2025. Together with this, Gauteng Copter, the Office of the Speaker has conducted induction training for all duly elected ward committee members to the 98 wards in October and November 2024, and intend to provide an intensive training for the ward committee members starting in the third quarter. Honorable Councillors, the administration is now busy processing payments of out-of-pocket expenses to the ward committee members who attend the scheduled meetings, and such a process is now at the advanced stage. Members of the ward committees are encouraged to submit their relevant documentation in order to allow the administration to efficiently process their payment. Consideration of the minutes of the previous council meeting. Ordinary Council, 28th November 2024. Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting of 28th November 2024 for approval. Approved. Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Speaker, on absent councillors without leave of absence, Councillor Temba Fosi did send forth, as well as Councillor Shane Mars. Remember, it was during that time when they were dealt with administratively. We do have proof of such. We can and we will share it. In fact, it's here with me, Speaker. We can share that. So the two councillors did apply for leave. Shane Mas, as well as Councillor Temba Fosi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Special Council, 14th January 2025. Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the Special Council meeting of 14th January 2025 for approval. Approved? Thank you very much. Honorable Councillors, and at this point in time, I would like to extend a word of welcome to the following guests invited for the meeting for purposes of guiding us through the consolidated audited annual report for the city of Tshwane and its entities for the end of 2023-2024 financial year, submitted in terms of section 1272 of the Municipal Financial Management Act, 56 of 2003, MFMA, and section 46 of the Municipal Systems Act, 32 of 2000. You will find the report in part 3, item 13 of the agenda. I'd like to welcome the representative or a person or a team that represent the Auditor General, which is Xolani Zikwele, seated on the podium, and other representatives seated in the gallery. If you don't mind, sir, please, may you please stand so that they can see you, that you are here. Thank you very much. And anyone in the gallery that accompanies the Mr. Xolani Zikwele. Thank you very much, ladies. And also in our midst, we've got the National Treasurer, Mr. Ranion Lesiu, seated in the official gallery. Sir, are you there? If you are, please rise. Thank you so much. There he is. And we've got a provincial treasurer, which is represented by the MEC himself, MEC Lebogang Maile, and Mr. Sipho Tsetjwayo, seated in the official gallery. Please, sir, may you please rise? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We're supposed to have the MEC of Cocta, but he has sent his apologies. And again, Thank you so much. Then also the chairperson of Audit and Performance Committee of the City of Tshwane, its municipal entity, Mr. Robert Cameron, seated in the podium. Thank you so much. Honorable Councillors, in order to accommodate the above-mentioned guest, I will bring forward the Consolidated Audit Annual Report for the City of Tshwane and its entity for the end of 2023-2024. One, two. Thank you very much. What are you rising on? Thank you. Okay. Honorable Councillors, in order to accommodate the above guest, I will bring forward the Consolidated Audited Annual Report for the City of Tshwane and its entities for the end of 2023-2024 financial year, submitted in terms of Section 21272 of the Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003 and Section 46 of Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000, which is item 13 of the agenda, as soon as the Executive Mayor has submitted the reports. What are you rising on?
Yeah, Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, we worry that you are bringing forward a report of the AG and the MMC of Finance is not here yet. And he's the one that will be entrusted in order to respond to the AG's remedial actions. We are maybe requesting you to delay it until the MMC of Finance is here, and maybe the mayor must find him and be able, so that we are comforted that the people that are in charge will be able to address what the AG will be addressing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip of the Opposition. MMC Ramabudu.
No, thank you. We want to get the section or the order from Councillor Matsibedela. Which section says that we can't table a report without MMC of Finance? Because MMC of Finance is running late and it was explained. So which section is he relying on? Which can he quote the section so that we rely on that section, not feelings, section?
Thank you very much, and I think you understand that. Can you quote the...
Speaker, I never raised the point of order. I raised the point of information and a caution to you. So the point of information that I raised on was Section 38, to say to you, Speaker, that because the MMC entrusted to responding to the remedials that the AG will be presenting, and I think it's basic governance, you know, we are entrusting him as the MMC to be able to respond to the remedials. So we ask of him to be here now. The mayor can call him, and then he comes here, or maybe the other way around, who's the mayor? But then the mayor will call him, and then he's able to
okay, thank you very much. Let me respond. Can you please lower your hands? Please lower your hands. Executive Mayor noted you. Can we then, what we are going to do, we are proceeding with the meeting. And no person that is going to hold us back not to continue with the meeting. But what is going to happen now, if what you can do, Chief Whip of the Opposition, wait for the Speaker to finish to open this meeting. Let's allow the Mayor to table the reports. Then you listen to the Speaker, what he's going to say after that. Thank you very much. Now we are moving to page 8 of the agenda, the Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me greet my colleagues, the Deputy Executive Mayor, the Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, the residents of Tshwane, and a special greetings to our MEC for Finance and Economic Development in the province and his delegation, the APC Chair, and the officials from the Auditor General. I welcome you to this council meeting and greetings to you all. Speaker, I'll be brief because I think all of us are eager to hear what the AG and the APC Chair is bringing to us. Firstly, I want to wish my colleagues a very productive 2025, where all of us will put the residents of the city of Tshwane at the center of everything that we'll be doing this year. I think we owe it as this council to do so. Secondly, my congratulations to the matric class of 2024. We have so many schools that have attained 100%. And one of those schools that have moved me is Hosea Kekana in Hammanskraal. That out of those, even out of areas like that, we can get 100%. It just talks to the kind of city that we are, that we can ignite excellence. However, Speaker, all of us, we do have a responsibility to support the schools that did not do as well. Those are our children, and that's the future of this country. And all of us, we do have a responsibility to support them. We're also excited to be welcoming the matriculants or those who have passed matric into our city, to TUT, to UNISA, to UP, and all the TVET colleges. But we are very excited to know that our youngest Olympian, Bandile Walaza, has joined TUT. He will be in our city, and we have a responsibility to keep them safe while they are away from their homes. Secondly, Speaker, Hammanskraal water issue is something of a national significance, and we are happy that the first set of areas were able to receive their drink and clean water in their taps. We join them, but this is just the beginning, Speaker. We still have a long way to go to June 2025. So in the first instance, Speaker, the residents of Kekana Gardens, Ramotse, Morokolong, Steve Bikoville, and the Babelege Industrial Park have received their clean water. Now we are looking at the next 3 modules that will deliver the rest of the water. Colleagues, I just want to alert when we get to the agenda, as I'm tabling the report, Speaker, I would like to withdraw 4 reports, and I need to explain why. As we were trying to make sure that we comply and that there's nothing that is left behind, there were 4 reports that were submitted and that were resubmitted to MACO now that we understand what happened. When they came to MACO, we said instead of saying don't submit and then we have compliance issues, submit and then confirm later if those reports have served at MACO before or council. And then we realized that what is on the council agenda as item 3, 6, 7, and 9 have been considered by this council. As a result, I would like to officially withdraw those reports, Speaker. It wasn't because we want to waste council's time, we're just on the side of caution. The Speaker, you spoke about the late reports. Speaker, we've made a commitment as this administration that we do want this council to apply its mind in terms of the reports that we bring here. That means we must make sure that we meet the deadlines of when we submit the reports so that council can read the reports and apply its mind that the decisions that are taken is just not rubber stamping. And it is always unfortunate that we bring late reports to council. So one of those reports that we are bringing as a late report is the revised turnaround strategy for energy and electricity. The report was approved in October last year, And the requirement was that we must go back to National Treasury with the approved strategy. National Treasury came back to us in the middle of December. The teams, because I think in terms of what was approved by Council, about 45% was what was what National Treasury expected. So there was substantive inputs from National Treasury that the team had to input on the report, and because of that, we then could be able to finalize the report as the MACO earlier this week. So we do apologize in terms of that, specifically that late submission, but we are appealing to Council to please consider the report. We will obviously endeavor to avoid such situations because we understand the inconvenience of Council receiving reports late. Also, we are bringing confidential reports, Speaker, where I think it speaks to the principles of the AG report, that where possible and where Council needs to act, we must act, and we'll be able to divulge the contents of the report when we consider it. But I think even if AG doesn't know what the report is about, but they can be comforted that consequence management in the city of Tshwane is no longer a theory, but something of practical that we are doing it. And the issue of the annual report, Speaker, that we'll be handling, I will ask for indulgence, but firstly let me submit, Speaker, the reports. It is my pleasure to submit the reports from the Mayoral Committee to Council for consideration as contained in parts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for consideration, as well as annexures A, A1, A2, A3, and A4 for cognizance and or discussion. Speaker, the reports are submitted. I'm asking for indulgence for 15 minutes, Speaker, before the AG comes through. I just want to confer with my colleagues in the MACO on that particular report, but the reports are tabled. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now, mine is to say, okay, the Chief Whip.
Thanks, Speaker. I asked the Deputy Chief Whip to raise his hand, and I wanted to just raise an important point to the Executive Mayor, if you may allow, because I thought that he would also address this important issue that I have raised with the leader of executive business as well. Speaker, Section 52 of the Municipal Finance System, Municipal Finance Act, 52D stipulates, and it says, Speaker, general responsibilities of the executive mayor must within 30 days at the end of a quarter submit a report to council on the budget implementation and the financial state affairs of the municipality. It has been tradition that within 30 days, meaning by the 30th of January of every year, that this municipality submits either a Section 71 or a Section 72 report on the financial status of the city. It is unfortunate that from the days of Father Smangaliso Mokashwa to the current executive mayor Mamponeng, that we are unable to receive that report for the first time now in this council. It is an indictment on this council. The AG will today stipulate to us that this council continues to fail in its exercise of ensuring that it plays proper oversight.
Okay,
we will write to the MEC of Finance to ensure the non-compliance of this executive. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, councillors. Councillors, let me respond to the Chief Whip, please. Let me respond. Now the executive mayor has asked for a 15 minutes, and I'd like to give you, executive mayor, an hour. The reason, why don't you wait for a teacher to tell you the reason? The reason why I'm giving you an hour, there is an addition that you must look at in terms of the annual report. I want you to look at it properly. I want you to apply your mind in it while you are consulting a executive mayor, unless you oppose what I'm saying. But I like to give that. So this information has been sent to you. It has been sent. That is why I'm giving you an hour to go and look at it. Pardon me? It should be SharePoint. It's on SharePoint. So please look at it. After an hour, we come back, then we call the AG. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor. Who's raising a point of order? Point of order. Where Iman? Oh, no can you pagamisile, no can you go point of order? Okay. The point of order is there. Okay. Let me take the point of order first. Councillors. One, two. Councillor, if you say I must take the MMC, the councillor is still raising the hand there. So can I take him first? Then the MMC will come after that. And Chairperson Munam. Okay, Councillor Matabat.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity.
Councillor Munam.
Yes,
I'm calling Councillor Matabat behind there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, Speaker. I heard the MMC, the former MMC of Housing, speak to something like Mponeng, Mamponeng. Could you please understand what he's talking about? And I would like him to withdraw. The mayor's name is Executive Mayor Dr. Nasipi Moya. There's no Mamponeng. I don't know what he's referring to by saying Mamponeng. I want him to withdraw that, please, immediately.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matsebatela.
Honourable Speaker, I did not swear at anyone. I made an observation on the behavior of the mayor, and I did not swear at her. I did not it was not derogatory, so I don't know what am I withdrawing.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matsebatela. We don't have an executive mayor that is impoor. You don't need to insult a person to withdraw. Withdraw the impoor. There is no impoor or mampoor here. Whatever that you call it. Okay, number one, can you just withdraw that? Just withdraw it. Just say I'm withdrawing. That's it. Ungabu faki statement and it's neat.
Speaker, I will withdraw, condition that the speaker mayor answers me.
I don't need a condition. Just say, I withdraw, Speaker. You won't lose anything. Thank you very much.
It's withdrawn, but you can find it on my Twitter page.
Thank you very much, MMC. I haven't forgotten you. No, I haven't. I was still MMC. I understand Umdala in that position, please. Now that I responded to Councillor Matsebatela and he has withdrawn that, now you can come in, MMC. You must wait for me to do the judgment. Thank you. Over to you. And after you, we are taking the caucus of an hour. And I'm done. After you, we are taking a caucus of an hour, then we are done. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, MMC.
Okay, it's fine.
MMC.
No, thanks, Speaker. Just because we are MMCs, it does not take away the right, for us to address certain sexist remarks in this council. Speaker, the MMC, the former MMC of Housing, refers to the executive mayor as Mamponeng, which loosely translated means see me. Seemingly that the executive mayor is a populist of some sort. He says that he is withdrawing on condition that whatever he wanted to say. So it is not a withdrawal. And he further says that he's making mention of that based on his own observation. We are not here to entertain the observations of the DA. We want him to withdraw. He has never uttered these things. This crumb work that he brings to council here, quoting section 52, he has never quoted those things anymore. Now because it's opposition, he comes here with crumb work. He wants to project himself as a serious intellectual. In the process, undermining women. We're not going to allow it. He must withdraw it or we are going to refer him. Because that is the record according to us. That is... The executive mayor is not a Mamponeng. That is not her name. In fact, the only title that she has is a doctor, and he must respect that. He has never said it to that master of his who has always been parading and jumping on top of water tankers and called him a Mamponeng. But he's doing it to Dr. Nasipi, who has dedicated this term to service the lives of black people in the townships. Then he can't call that to being Mamponeng. He can't refer that to being a Mamponeng. So he must withdraw that, and we take serious exception as women in this caucus, in this council, because he has never used those words before when his master was the mayor. Today he comes here, he wants to please his master by using the name of Dr. Nasip. So he must withdraw.
Thank you very much, MMC. I asked you, Councillor Matsibatela, councillors, I asked you, Councillor Matsibatela, to withdraw. You withdraw, talking to me. Can you withdraw? I say it again for records. No, say it again for records. And you don't have conditions. You have withdrawn without conditions. You have withdrawn without conditions. And
thank you, Speaker. Me and you have resolved this. I'm not gonna dance to the MMC of Transport. Me and you have resolved this. I have withdrawn, and I'm not gonna come back and entertain the MMC of Transport because she's just woken up now.
Thank you very much. We are moving on this. We are moving on. Can we move on, Deputy Chief Whip? Yes, point of order. Noted, Councillor Wickelson. Noted, Councillor Makhaleng. and ayizuya kule ndawo nifuna iya kuyo tu. Yabona le meeting, we are gonna finish it. Ayizuya kule ndawo nifunayo. Ndikwenye nje mood serious today. Ayizuya kule nto nifunayo. Okay. Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to refer Councillor Madzivandela to Rules and Ethics for unsavory remarks on the Executive Mayor for calling him Mamponing.
Noted and referred. Then Councillor Wilkinson.
Speaker, as an unofficial alderman, allow me to assist you this morning. You're allowing this House to deteriorate with these pontificating politicians. The Deputy Chief Whip earlier referred to a Marabastad process, which is a failure. And in my knowledge of the people of Marabastad, they have a proud and resilient heritage rooted in a rich cultural diversity. They are the iconic suburb of persecution. They've come through it with perseverance. So when you flippantly refer to an area of Pretoria as a failing, or the people of Marabastad as failures, you're allowing that kind of mediocrity to creep into the leadership of the current administration. And we can continue to do this table tennis, paddle tennis type of politics with MMCs waking up halfway through the morning and then referring councillors and chief whips. Please, Speaker, take charge of your House and let's deal with the business of the people of Tshwane. We cannot allow egotists and publicity stunts to be done in this House. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. What we're going to do, you've got a tendency of saying, Speaker, you are failing the House. You are just making such noise and unibadala, and you allow this meeting not to continue in a proper way. I will judge and I will remain with my decision that I've taken. We are moving with this meeting, and this meeting is adjourned for a 1-hour caucus. Mbani caucus. We are coming back at 12:10.
Good afternoon. This is a very special occasion for the city where we have graduated a number of our staff members who did a course on performance improvement coaching, and that will enable them to play a leadership role within their departments as they enhance management, as they enhance excellence within their various departments, and they will do that by coaching through their management, and they would then bring to the fore the excellence that we are pursuing within the city of Tshwane. This particular course was then presented through our partners, EUP, Enterprise University of Pretoria, and it's a partnership for a number of years that will enable us to invest in our human capital. We are looking forward to the next installment, where we hope to graduate a further number of staff members in this program. Thank you.
So residents of Tshwane and Refilwe, we are back at it. Obviously, we have kids now who are back at school, which means such snacks now continue to pose a risk where their parents may not be there to supervise. So we are continuing with our bylaw enforcement, especially with regard to the spaza shops that are doing everything that is illegal. So here we are confiscating whatever we found here. Everything that you see here is not even a third of what we're going to confiscate here. These people are selling counterfeit products. We're gonna go and destroy this, but I'm so tired of dealing with these small guys. There is someone out there who's a manufacturer here. So the next step is now to trace the manufacturers here. We tried, but now it looks like we are not winning. So the next step for us is just to go and trace the manufacturers. We ask for information of where do these people stock their products, because if we don't deal with the source, we'll forever chasing our tails. But obviously for now, we are just taking what we have. Our landfill site is being prepared right now so that this doesn't circulate in society. But we are in Refilwe. We made a promise to this community that they will no longer be the forgotten community that they consider themselves to be.
Ya sanibonani omela ngaphambi kwenu umfundisi phakathi ward committee member ku ward 99 siyabuya elento erifilwe ya siyabona ilento iTshwane metro ilana namapanyaza akhona la sibonile bayampela kubhizi kakhulu abanye baseholweni bayabhalisa iindigents abanye ngiyabona nemoto yamaphoyisa lapha ngaphezulu bakhona ukunikeza umphakathi iservice ukusuka manje ukuya phambili siyathemba ukuthi manje kuyanyakaza eTshwane ngoba thine kahle kahle lokusila erifile kahle kahle ngathi iTshwane beyisikhohliwe ngathi besingaziwa nokwaziwa ukuthi isikhona kodwa ke siyabona ngathi fanele kungene lo meya okhona manje ngathi izinto zinomnyakazo kuyaqala kuyanyakaza nasekuseni mawungena ku entrance bekubhizi khona baprune ihlahla kusikwa utshani kwenziwa yonke into namashop lawa non compliance siyabona njengangapha on my left hand side kunestore esinye kukhishwa izinto lezi ezingekho right expire itracker seyiyogcwala nezinye itolo lamzini ngengandlula ngihamba ngithi ngezinye itrack ngabona ezinye itolo zivaliwe so kuyathembisa kakhulu ukuthi eTshwane seyiyasazi nathi ukuthi elento region 5 ward 99 erifilwe township sikhona nathi iphathi eTshwane manje siyabona kuyaphithizela bayasibala nabo makubalwa izinto zaseTshwane siyamkholwa kakhulu uNkulunkulu nemkhuleko wethu ukuthi yezwakala iyaphenduleka ekhaya ezulwini sibonga kakhulu ngaloko esikubona siyathemba ukuthi akugcina namhlanje kuzawuqhubeka manje ukuya phambili sibabone beTshwane basebenza.
1, 2, 1, 2. Perfect. Thank you very much. Can we then take our seats so that we can proceed with our meeting? Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Please take your seats so that we continue. Thank you. Remember, we had a request of 15 minutes caucus, then I added to an hour. So the executive mayor will give me the 15 minutes feedback, then I'll give the hour. If all councillors have met and discussed whatever that was given to them, then we proceed. Then I'll call the executive mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, to you as well as our guests for the indulgence. We have used the caucus because what we needed to do was to confirm what is on the annexure, that's correct information, which we have done so, that now Council has the correct annexure that we are considering as the AG is presenting to us today. But as we were about to break, Speaker, there was an issue that was raised by the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance in regard to the Section 52D report. I don't know if maybe, Speaker, we must start availing agendas in other languages as well. But item 12 talks to exactly that. That's the Q2 performance report, which has the elements of the SDBIP and finances. And next month, we will be presenting the adjustment budget. We don't mind counseling the whip of the Democratic Alliance if he doesn't understand or doesn't read for comprehension, please. The other thing I want to raise, The other thing I want to raise, Speaker, is that when we have guests and we behave the way that the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance does, when we have residents who are concerned about the state of this institution, in a way that AG has told us that this institution is currently causing harm to the residents. And our preoccupation is what is happening on Twitter. I do want to say, Speaker, as this 214-member council, we have a responsibility. If he calls me Mam Boneng, I would like to also call him Boneng, and we close the matter, and we listen to AG so that we can proceed with the work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Now we are moving on. As I gave you the extra time, my purpose for that was for you to indulge yourselves with the annual report. And now we are moving on because I can see that you have done that. Deputy Chief Whip.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Not to derail you, but earlier on, I took counsel to my Maraba start remarks earlier, and I would like to withdraw without any conditions.
Thank you very much, the Chief Whip. Now let's move to page 9 of our agenda. Honorable Councillors, as mentioned to you earlier, I am now bringing forward item 13, part 3, for purposes of which I will now call upon the Executive Mayor to officially submit the consolidated audited annual report for the City of Tshwane as contained in part 3 of the agenda as item 13. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. As part of the submission that I've made earlier of all the reports, this report, there's nothing has changed. I've already submitted all the reports for council consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now we are on item 13. Honorable Councillors, I will now call upon the representative of Auditor General, which is Olile. Andifuna ukubiza isenene wrong. Ndilinde. Ndiyabiza into ezingekhoyo. Ndibe sendithunyelwa ku-rules and ethics. Ngokubiza amagama wrong. Thank you very much. Now I'll call upon the team represent at the Auditor General, which is Xolani Zikwele. Mr. Zikwele, may you please take the podium? Thank you. Before the Auditor General speaks to us, he's going to do the presentation. You only ask seeking clarity, questions on the presentation that he's going to do. And also, I've allowed him, if he will respond by writing or he will respond by talking to you. So it's going to be up to him how he responds on the questions that you are asking. But please let it be seeking clarity questions. And if there are more questions, if there are a lot of questions that you are asking, then I will stop you so that some of the questions will be responded in writing. Over to you, Mr. Xolani.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable MEC Leboang Maile, Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, Chief Whip of Council, leaders of political parties, chairpersons of committees, members of council, esteemed traditional leaders, municipal manager, and senior officials, including the APC chair and guests and the public at large. Good day. So, Honorable Speaker, as you have indicated, I will be presenting the audit outcomes for the city of Tshwane for the financial year ending 2023-24. What we have done, Honorable Speaker, so that we can also be efficient with this presentation, we have summarized the presentation into a slide with references to the audit report where the parts of the slides are pulling from. And as you have indicated, Honorable Speaker, where there's clarity-seeking questions, we shall then deal with those. I think, Honorable Speaker, I will start with the mission and vision of the organization. As a supreme audit institution, we have a constitutional mandate, and we exist to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through auditing, thereby building public confidence. Our vision as an institution is to be recognized by all our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability. Honorable Speaker and Council, this slide, pretty much, with this slide, we wanted to just touch on the culture shift strategy of the organization, speaking to the efforts of the organization itself towards improving the lived realities of South Africans. We aspire to have a stronger, more direct and consistent impact in improving the lived realities, and we want to achieve this by shifting the public sector culture through insight, influence, and enforcement. I think the executive mayor would have spoken about harm and so forth. We do this by first plotting our auditees in a culture shift continuum, and based on where they are sitting, we then would provide insights that can be used by council, executive mayor, and city manager to influence a shift from the continuum. Obviously, we aspire to see most, if not all, of the institutions within the public sector to be sitting in the category or the continuum category of doing good. We want to shift our auditees to a culture that is characterized by performance, transparency, accountability, and institutional integrity. If, obviously, the auditees do not respond appropriately, we also have the mandate to enforce, to enable the shift in culture towards the characteristics that we just touched on. Then, Honorable Speaker, will then go to the actual audit outcomes for the year. Overall, at an overall level, Honorable Speaker, the city is remaining at a qualified audit opinion, which is a stagnation from the previous cycle. Though some of the qualification areas have been resolved, I think what we have noticed is that as much as some have been resolved, the remaining aspects that still, results in the city being qualified speaks to the action plan that was implemented by the city not being entirely effective. And also the qualification areas that remain, which informs the audit outcome for the year, also indicates that there are still significant weaknesses in internal controls that remain prevalent, especially when we look at the material misstatements that are identified in the financial statements. On the annual performance report, Honorable Speaker, we also are noticing a stagnation in audit outcomes. Quality of performance reports that are produced by the municipality remains a concern as we continue to identify material findings in the usefulness and the reliability of the reported performance information, and also the mitigating measures that are indicated to address the underachievement of indicators. On compliance, Honorable Speaker, overall we are still noticing a stagnation in audit outcomes. There are instances or areas which we'll touch on in the slide where we are noticing a reduction in the number of instances of non-compliance. However, at the overall level, we still assessed the instances that the city was not able to comply with to be material in this respect. And this is due to standard operating procedures that are set to ensure compliance with laws and regulations not being adhered to, resulting in this material non-compliance. Honorable Speaker, I would then move over to then the next slide, which in a nutshell summarizes the audit outcome in relation to the financial statements. When we look at the areas that we've qualified for the cycle 23-24, property, plant and equipment was qualified in the current year, and this was due to the incorrect valuation of property, plant and equipment. This relates to adjustments that were made in the prior periods on infrastructure assets and community assets. On payables, and this is a repeat qualification. On payables from exchange transactions, other creditors could not be supported by evidence similar to the prior year. We also noticed differences between the supply statements and records of the municipality, and we also identified instances where accruals and invoices were not all recorded. In relation to other receivables from exchange and non-exchange, we were unable to audit this as the recorded amounts were not supported. On contingencies or contingent liabilities, the city could not substantiate adequately or to our satisfaction that all their contingencies have been recorded in the financial statements. And then in relation to segment reporting, the allocation of amounts disclosed in the disclosure note that is in the financial statements to the respective segments was incorrect and could not be substantiated during the audit process. In relation to irregular expenditure, we still had a concern of inadequate systems for identifying and disclosing all irregular expenditure. And in the current year, there were irregular expenditures that were recorded incorrectly in that they excluded VAT, and the recording was only to the extent that those invoices were paid and not necessarily to the extent that invoices were incurred as per the basis of the preparation of the financial statements. So all in all, Honorable Speaker, we have 6 categories of qualification paragraphs in the current year. Compared to the prior year, Honorable Speaker, we did manage to resolve 5 areas of qualifications, which is sitting on other receivables from non-exchange, employee costs, commitments, retention creditors, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Majority of these related to limitations in the prior year, where then the city was then able to provide the information during the audit, and hence why then we were able to resolve these qualifications. So overall, Honorable Speaker, yes, the city is still sitting with a qualification. In addition, we we do notice the reduction in the qualification areas but I did indicate that this reduction, as much as the number of qualification areas are reducing, the significant weaknesses in the environment continue to be prevalent, and hence why we still have a qualified opinion on the financial statements. And then, Honorable Chair, just to touch on the other aspects that we also reported on in our audit report, the first one being the material uncertainty regarding the going concern of the city. When you look at note 54, the city did disclose an unfavorable liquidity position. As stated there, the events and conditions, along with other matters as set forth in that disclosure note, indicate that a material uncertainty exists that may cast significant doubt on the municipality's ability to continue as a going concern. So here, Honorable Chair, it's not necessarily a finding, but an emphasis of an area that is already disclosed by the city in the financial statements for the users of the financial statements. Similarly, in relation to other matters that we are emphasizing that are sitting in the financial statements, we are also emphasizing the material impairments that have been disclosed by the city in note 5. And this is indicated in paragraph 16 of our audit report, and the particulars of those material impairments and the percentage of those impairments in relation to the gross debtors balance is also included in the paragraph that we've emphasized there. In addition, we also wanted to emphasize to the users of financial statements the material losses in electricity and water that has been disclosed in note 65 and 66 of the financial statements. The particulars of those material losses have been disclosed in the financial statements. So, in a nutshell, Honorable Speaker, these two areas, it's just areas of significance which we want to emphasize to the users of the financial statements. That then brings me to the end of our section of the audit report that deals with their financial statements, and obviously the opinion on the financial statements being qualified. In relation to compliance, Honorable Speaker, you will notice that overall on compliance, as indicated, compliance across the board is still looking similar to the prior year. In relation to strategic planning and performance, quality of financial statements, expenditure management, particularly in relation to the inability to pay invoices within 30 days, the inability to prevent irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and also the inability of accounting systems to recognize expenditure incurred for creditors. Consequence management continues to be a concern, as still you would have also noticed in the financial statements the amount of expenditure incurred in this particular respect, and also the balance that remains not yet dealt with as at year end. Procurement and contract management continues to be materially non-compliant. However, if you look at the table below, Honorable Speaker, you will see that the extent of material issues in procurement and contract management have decreased. Yes, we do still have findings in the other areas where there's blue dots. However, those findings, when we assess the extent or the materiality of the extent of these instances, we were comfortable that they are not material, even though they are there for some of the contracts. And then obviously, I think in relation to preference points and the allocation or the determination thereof for evaluation within the tender process, as well as contract management in terms of monitoring the performance of service providers who are allocated awards, in those two areas we still had material issues of non-compliance, which then speak to than the overall non-compliance, material non-compliance in procurement and contract management. Environmental management continues to also be an area of material non-compliance, of concern. I think the issue of wastewater treatment plants, non-compliance, particularly in relation to Rooival, as at year end, obviously, it was a matter that had not yet been addressed, and obviously because of that, that then results in the material non-compliance. Asset management, this is linked partly to the qualification that we have raised under property, plant and equipment, and the systems and processes for accounting for assets, and human resources would then relate to performance agreement in relation to senior management as required by legislation, which not all of them were concluded when we looked at this particular aspect at year end. Grant management and revenue management, Honourable Speaker, we didn't identify any material non-compliance in this particular space, similar to the prior year. And then that then, Honourable Speaker, then brings me to the end of the compliance section of our report, speaking to then the material non-compliance and the related findings therein. Then, Honourable Speaker, then we move to performance information. As indicated, we're still noticing a stagnation in this space, similar to the prior year, Honourable Chair. And when we look at the usefulness and reliability of performance information, Honourable Chair, Honourable Speaker, we identified that in relation to 3 indicators, there were inadequate processes for measuring achievements, and the planning and collection and reporting processes were not aligned to technical indicator descriptions, resulting in the reported achievement not being reliable. Also, for 8 indicators, we noted that there was not adequate supporting evidence that was provided to support the reported achievement. In addition, for 9 indicators, there were material differences between what was actual in terms of what we looked at in the evidence that was provided and what was reported in the performance report. And then in relation to 2 indicators, measures taken to improve performance against under achievement of targets was not reported or was inadequate for our purposes. And then lastly, for 1 indicator, a target was not set for this indicator. So overall, Honourable Chair, you'll see the section is quite bulky. So, but in a nutshell, this is then the summary of the gist of the issues that we identified when it comes to performance information. Honourable Speaker, in addition to the usefulness and reliability of performance information, we also did an assessment where we assessed the completeness of indicators as sitting in the planned documents as well as the reported documents. And what we noted, Honourable Speaker, was that various indicators were omitted from the approved planning documents. These indicators were agreed nationally, and they are a standard for metropolitans to measure performance on key service delivery outputs. And Honourable Speaker and Council and esteemed members, we listed then the indicators that then are affected by this particular observation. And then, Honourable Speaker, we move also, as part of our audit report, we do also report on key targets that were not achieved, in similar to the context of emphasizing areas in the financial statements which users must be aware of. In the same context, we want to emphasize targets from the performance report point of view which were not achieved. You will notice, Honourable Speaker, that The key priority relating to the prioritization of the electric grid and water infrastructure is the biggest contributor to the performance or the achievement, the overall achievement of targets that the city reported in the performance report being the lowest. And also the targets that are involved or that are implicated as not being achieved. It's targets that relate to key service delivery functions in water and sanitation, energy and roads as well. And amongst the reasons that were cited by the city, which can be sourced from the annual report, I think the reasons and the likes are included in the annual report, were the employee strikes that lasted for a number of months, affecting the service delivery department, poor contractor performance, and also budget constraints. So, Honourable Speaker, in relation then to performance information, this is the aspects that we are reporting on in our audit report. And then, Honourable Speaker, now that we have touched on the three areas of our audit, we also wanted to touch on the significant internal control deficiencies that led to the issues that we are highlighting in our audit report. The first one being the inadequate internal control environment to ensure that the financial statements and the performance report that was prepared was accurate, complete, and agreed to supporting schedule. And this is because of the numerous misstatements that were identified in these reports that we indicate. Daily and monthly control activities that support accurate and reliable reporting, such as reconciliations, were generally lacking. So internal control, when we talk to internal control environment, we talk to the entire environment of control, which also would involve the aspect of the internal control culture, which obviously from the outcomes that we're presenting appears to be weak, and also the aspects of resources and systems that support and that effectively should be implementing these internal controls to ensure that control objectives are met relating to reliable reporting. The second internal control deficiency that we identified that contributed to the outcome that we're presenting is the issue of record keeping, in that there was a lack of timely implementation of proper record keeping measures to ensure that complete, relevant, and accurate information is readily available to support what is reported in the financial statements and the performance report. And then thirdly, in relation to compliance, inadequate processes and controls were designed, implemented, and monitored to ensure that compliance with laws and regulations is met. And because of this inadequate processes and controls, this resulted in material non-compliance. In addition, there was inadequate implementation of consequence management for poor performance and transgression. And this would speak to performance in relation to what's sitting in the APR, but also transgressions. This would be in relation to what is sitting in the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure disclosure note. And then lastly, this is in relation to the action plan that was implemented to address audit findings that were identified by the external audit process, in that effective and appropriate measures were not implemented in a timely manner to prevent material errors in the financial statements and performance report that was submitted, and also to prevent non-compliance that was identified. The accounting officer did develop an action plan to address prior year's findings, but the adherence to this plan was not adequate and timely. by the appropriate level of management, resulting in still material issues remaining prevalent in the financial statements, performance report, and the compliance area. Then, Honorable Speaker, this brings me to the end of the section of the report that touches the financial statements, performance information, compliance, and internal and related internal control deficiencies. Now I'm going to then move to the section of the audit report that speaks to material irregularities that are in the environment. So in relation to material irregularities, Honourable Speaker, as at the end of the financial year, or as at the date of our audit, 8 material irregularities in total, year to date, were resolved. 2 of those material irregularities, appropriate action was still being implemented by the accounting officer, and those 2 being the Royval wastewater treatment plant, substantial harm material irregularity, and also the asset value for money material irregularities relating to the sufficiency of the work that was done by the consultant in the asset space. So those 2 material irregularities, if you look at the reflections on your right, we are still monitoring progress on the Royval, and looking towards the completion of, I would believe, phase 1 by latest November 25. As indicated in our report and per the records that were provided by the city, this particular aspect is being assisted by the DBSA. And then in relation to asset consultants, you would notice in our report as well, we touch on the progress that the accounting officer has made in relation to this. I think as at the date of our report, an investigation was already performed by the accounting officer, and at this stage, the accounting officer is implementing recommendations that was made in the report. And then, Honourable Speaker, in relation to the resolved MIs in the current year, 2 MIs that were sitting in the remedial stage, being the interest on sundry debtors and overpayment of few contractors, we were comfortable and happy with the action that was implemented by the accounting officer, and as a result of the appropriateness of that action, those 2 remedial action MIs were resolved. In addition to that, we also resolved the unutilized software licenses MI and the vandalization or the vandalized refillable manner wastewater treatment plant MI as well. I think in relation to the license MI, the accounting officer was able to revisit the base of the needs in relation to the licenses of the city, and was able to renegotiate the contract with the said service provider, and we were comfortable that those particular actions address then this particular MI. And then with regards to refueler manner, the issues that related to the vandalization, the service provider was able to remedy those issues and repair the wastewater treatment plant. And as a result of that, we were then comfortable, or it was then comfortable for us to then resolve on also these 2 MIs. So overall, Honourable Speaker, 4 MIs were resolved in the current year. Obviously, then the remaining of the 8 would have been material irregularities that were resolved in the previous year. And then, Honourable Speaker, I want to just touch on the middle part of the slide speaks to the extent of losses that were presented as a result of actions that were taken by the accounting officer, the losses that are in the process of being recovered, and losses that were prevented as a result of the actions that were implemented. And then the bottom part then speaks to just the nature of those actions, including, amongst other, investigating these issues, implementing disciplinary processes, and also putting in place internal controls to ensure that these types of irregularities don't occur in future. In addition to the old MIs, Honorable Speaker, we also identified 2 new MIs, particularly in relation to delayed projects and revenue losses that are in the environment. The first one being in relation to the Mabopane Block U project, infrastructure project, where there were delays in appointing the replacement contractor to complete that particular project. And as a result of those delays, there was deterioration in the completed work that was already there, leaving the project incomplete and the community without the upgrades that were envisaged for that project. And then secondly, the MI that is new for the cycle relates to revenue losses. In relation to this MI, Honorable Speaker, we are touching on the losses that are reported in the financial statements, but in the main focusing on losses that were due to metering errors, revenue that was not measured or unbilled, and as a result unpaid. In that the accounting officer, as part of his responsibilities, failed to ensure that monthly accurate calculations and billing is done, leading to losses being prevented. So, Honorable Speaker, in relation then to new MIs in the particular, in this current cycle, those are the 2 new MIs that we raised in the cycle. And I want to just indicate, Honorable Speaker, that the MI process is an ongoing process. As we continue to be in the environment, we continue our assessment of areas of irregularity, and we deal with them as and when we conclude our processes. Then, Honorable Speaker, that brings me to the last slide, which is our call to action. In that, firstly, what we recommend, or the call to action to Council, the Executive Mayor, and the City Manager, including also senior officials, but mainly to Council that Council maintains robust oversight over the continuous monitoring of the progress that is made in addressing key AG audit findings, particularly with focus on the internal controls and the culture within the city. I think I touched on this when I spoke to the internal control environment as a whole, which encompasses not only control activities, but also people and systems and the overall tone in relation to adhering to internal controls and meeting the related objectives. Secondly, to strengthen consequence management by tracking and evaluating the effectiveness of the disciplinary system to ensure timely resolution of cases. I think I spoke to the consequence management non-compliance area that we spoke to, and we continue to emphasize this particular aspect, Honorable Speaker, because if consequences are not timely implemented, that then tarnishes the culture within the city. So we are really imploring that consequences be fast-tracked such that the right tone and culture be set within the city. The third one is in relation to the monitoring, in relation to the improvement of the financial health. I think I did indicate that part of the aspect that we indicated in relation to the uncertainty to the going concern, but also in relation to the achievement of targets. One of the root causes for that, or one of the reasons for non-achievement being fiscal constraints, the monitoring of this, or the close monitoring of this, is quite critical. I think particularly to enable completion of key projects and the maintenance of the existing infrastructure, thus ensuring that service delivery is improved. The fourth one being to monitor the achievement of set targets on service delivery to improve the lived realities of citizens. I think we touched on the key targets that were not achieved, and if I'm not mistaken, the city is sitting at 53% in relation to the overall achievement of targets. So really, the monitoring of these targets and the achievement thereof, and the timely intervention where there is issues in relation to achieving these targets is recommended to Council. And then lastly, ensuring full implementation of commitment by the Mayor, by the accounting officer, to improve the audit outcomes as a whole and enable service delivery. Honourable Speaker, that then brings me to then the end of my presentation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, you may take your seat.
Yes.
Thank you very much, councillors, and thank you very much, Auditor General, for the presentation that you have made. Now, before we can ask any seeking and clarity questions, I would like to call the chairperson of the Audit and Performance Committee of the City of Tshwane, its municipal entity, to respond to the annual audited report for the City of Tshwane by the AG. Mr. Cameron.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, councillors, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. I want to firstly thank Zelani and his team for the many thousands of hours that they've invested in providing us with insights into how our city is run. I think that it's very valuable input, and to be able to summarize those many thousands of hours into that presentation is quite a feat, because there's a lot of detail there that we can learn. Financial statements and performance reports, they report on the past, but they deal with the future. The reason why we get these types of reports is to be able to make decisions about the future. The past is gone. We can't change it. But we can examine it and learn from it and shape our future. And those recommendations at the end of his presentation are really where we need to be shaping our future. Because change is inevitable. But I think we're all desirous of change for the better. There's no dispute in this council chamber as to the residents need to come first. So we can have light banter about whether we call each other names, but we're all here as councillors to make sure that our residents are looked after. And we've also got to be careful of the next R1 billion problem that might arise, because we're sitting in the position we're in now because of several billion rand problems that have arisen over the past years. And there might be another one around the corner. Financial management, risk management, is all again about looking at the future. It's examining the past, understanding the present, and managing the future. And that's what the APC's purpose is. So the AGSA's report is there to provide assurance to you as councillors, to the members of the public, that what the management represented by the city manager as accounting officer have done with the monies that you have entrusted to them under the MFMA, that citizens have paid in respect of their rates, their electricity and water tariffs and other monies, has been looked after well and will be looked after well in the future with all the infrastructure that we have to provide them with services. So the financial statements and the performance reports give you a tool to understand and interact in your oversight role, and it should ideally focus on the future. How do we change the organization that it does what it needs to do better, more efficiently? So there's some behavior changes that, as you heard Zulani's speech, I hope you've been thinking about, is where can we change in our systems, in our SOPs, in how we reconcile our numbers, our count descriptions. But yeah, that's a lot of accounting stuff, right? We sit with a very complex entity, far more complex than a Vodacom or an African bank. It sells complex products, electricity through prepaid meters. It sells basic products, water, delivery by tanker. Sewerage, I see we've still got pit latrines in Pretoria. It's in the statistics. But we sell sewerage services, waste disposal, and other things that are very complicated, heritage, building regulations, the ability to fight fire and to be prepared as a city to deal with major disasters. And we have at our disposal, according to these financial statements, on an annual basis, about 39 billion rand to do it with. Not the 46 billion that is our revenue, only 39 billion that is our annual cash flow. And it's an important distinction. When we analyze the financial statements, we mustn't only look at the income statement, we need to look at the cash flows as well. And financial statements are designed to assist us in understanding, predicting the future. Go and look at the accounting theory. It starts off with, why do we have financial statements? To predict the future. You will be going into a budget review process now for the next 6 months, and then you will go into a budget setting process for the next year. What do we do with that 39 billion, and what can we learn from this annual report in terms of what we do? There are lots of financial risks in this report, but there are other risks that we need to consider as well in terms of managing the city. The financial stability and liquidity has been highlighted by the Auditor General. It's something that you will need to focus on because it is a major issue in the city's life. But the city has also identified the deteriorating electricity infrastructure, the deteriorating water infrastructure, and our short and long-term ability to deliver electricity, water, sanitation services to our residents. It's identified water shortages. So it's not our infrastructure, it's the water we draw from Rand Water and the other sources we have, and our economic growth as a result, or lack of economic growth, because there isn't sufficient water. How do we attract new investment to the city? How do we ensure safety and security to all our residents? The environment is a major risk. Our failing transport infrastructure is a major risk. Fraud and corruption, both within the city and outside in our economic environment, are a major risk. And service delivery stoppages. Those are the strategic risks that remain very high risk because they are almost issues, and a number of them are already issues. And the problem is we have limited resources, limited cash. You can't deal with all of them simultaneously. So there's a quid pro quo, and you need to understand what these annual reports and your future budgets and your future strategies, how they will be influenced. So to start with sections 1 and 2 of my report, the APC advises this body, the city manager and his Section 56 team, the directors and senior management of the entities, on the mechanisms that are available to manage that amount of cash in a way that delivers services to the community. So we advise on systems, SOPs. We advise on people, and that's their competency and focus, their culture, their discipline, the consequence management, performance evaluations, and your governance of that 26,000 strong employee base. We also advise on the legislative frameworks, the financial management, and interactions with the AGSA. And we've got to also assist you in getting to where you want to be as a council. So, you've got all these mechanisms to manage the cash. And Section 3 deals with some of the areas, the big areas, where we feel the mechanisms to manage the performance and the resources available to the city need to be improved. And the first one, the AG mentioned it, is culture. And this has been a constant referral over the years. There is now a really robust culture management process within the city, driven by the city manager. You can see the buzzwords in terms of the behaviors that the city wants to emphasize. There's also a series of 9 values. Those need to be embraced and re-emphasized and pushed to make a difference in how the city changes its culture. The Auditor General uses a sort of a big stick approach. We'll wrap you over the knuckles hard, and they wrap the poor city manager over the knuckles very hard because it's his responsibility if he doesn't deal with the issues. But they also say there are ways and mechanisms of changing the culture if you think about it and actively develop it. The second one where we think there are major shortcomings is consequence management. And it's consequence management from a UIF corruption side, but also basic disciplines. How do we avoid the same mistakes on an ongoing basis? If we can get consequence management that people know there will be consequences if they keep on making the same mistakes, they will think about their job and focus on doing it right. Governance structures, you as the supreme body set the overall expectations. The mayor has said in her speeches that she's going to set very high standards for the civil servants that serve the city. That's exactly right. That's the message that needs to come from this governance body. Officials shouldn't need to be taught the basics, right? We employ very highly qualified specialist individuals. We shouldn't be out there having to notice that they haven't done the basics in their job. Because as political representatives, very few of us have that technical knowledge. But if you can see the basics are going wrong, there's something wrong in the structure and the management of the city. And we need to be reinforcing that we expect to see the management of our debtors book the same as African Bank's debtors book, right? The management of our electricity sales, the same as Vodacom manages their cell phone airtime sales. They don't have the same problems with corruption. We're selling very similar types of products, electricity and airtime, very similar. We should have a robust system, and we should have employees that look after the services that we deliver. So your role is to motivate, to show that you require integrity, excellence, a city that works for all its people, residents at the center. And what are those values? How can we impose them? Right, the controls, the size and complexity of the city says we need robust controls. We should know our business back to front. Financially, and it's a disappointment to the audit committee that we didn't get our segment reporting right, because for 5 years we've been implementing MSCOA. We should be able to understand what each little business unit, what their income and expenditure is, and we should be able to spot the missing liabilities. For me, the systems are not working and feeding the officials, and therefore they are not feeding you with the right information to manage the city well. And what the Auditor General points out in their 3.8 billion rand of missing accruals, a large portion of that was in electricity sales. Right? The electricity people should have known that, and they would only know that if they really understand their little business. Water is now going to corporatize, right? And electricity waste, they're going to follow on. But that change really means that you should be expecting better reporting, more robust and better understanding from city officials. When they give you a report, unlike as the previous impact reports, we get a report, there's a report called for, and it comes back with, here are the facts, right? They answer the bare minimum, and they don't actually say, interpret it, say, this is an issue, this is how we've addressed it. It really is a case of governance is not being fed what they should be, they deserve to get. And you need to say, I deserve to get proper reports. That if I ask a question, I get the answer on the facts, and I get a resolution to the problem that those facts highlight. That's what governance does. So yes, we need to manage our business better. The latest MI on revenues missing, I think is a very important material irregularity. It's going to be different in the others to how the city addresses it, because this is a case of going out and looking for further examples. But there are further examples also of the previous MI of delayed projects. Right? They've only identified one, but the city manager has already recognized in his conversations with the Auditor General there are several. And we need to address all of those delayed projects. It's important that we don't have things festering on the side. It's wasted money. But there's an urgent need within the city to manage the fundamental processes better. We need to set the bar higher. Mayor, well done. Thank you. Don't accept reports that don't suggest real solutions. Section 4 of my report, AFS and qualification, the qualification from the Auditor General. There are two ways I want you to read the qualifications that the Auditor General has presented to us, because they are major issues from a financial perspective. One, when we look at the history and we're going to use it to project the future, we need to process adjustments. We need to realize that there are potentially 3.6 billion or 3.8 billion more creditors there, that we don't know the full extent of our contingent liabilities, and there might be another R1 billion sitting in there that we don't know about. That's what they're saying. They're unsure. Our legal department can't tell them we've got the full list. So when we look at the past to measure how successful we're going to be in the future, we've got to actually adjust those financial statements. Our liquidity ratio is much worse than it's reported because of that missing accrual. The second thing it's saying is that some of our fundamental systems that we should expect to be working are not working. And we need to understand, and the civil servants that are working on that, resolving these issues, need to understand the root causes. And as senior management, step up and correct them. so that we don't have repeats of these issues. And in order to do that, you need more than the AGSA's insights, right? They look at it, but they only have limited time. There are people that are permanently employed that can fix them. And I think that they should. And it is your responsibility as council to expect that they fix those issues. I think my comment in my report is one of the reasons why we got these qualifications. Is we're too used to doing quick fixes. We don't fix the underlying systems and make sure that people get held accountable, that we know what they're supposed to do on an ongoing basis. That's why we missed some of these things. Internal Audit did a very good audit report 2-3 years ago on the legal department and making sure that they have proper systems to manage all the legal cases. If we'd implemented the recommendations, maybe we wouldn't have the finding now from the Auditor General. So we can fix the accruals, we can fix the asset recoveries, we can fix the MSCOA implementation, the legal processes. Fixed assets, the very first one, the repeat one, over 3 years it's been a repeat, is less of a worry to me because it's a technical issue. And the fixed asset qualification for me is a sign that there's progress. Because 5 years ago we didn't know about 8 billion rands worth of assets. We now know about it. We know that we need to repair and maintain those assets. We know where they are. We know that they belong to us. The only thing that we've gotten wrong is the valuation. So it's a technical issue that can be fixed. But that says that some of these other qualifications and issues might take years to actually really embed the systems and get fixed. The fixing of the fixed assets was something that was not pointed out by the Auditor General in the past. It was the civil servants actually coming and saying we need to fix this. That's the attitude that should be there permanently. The issues should be raised at management level and fixed at management level, even if it takes 5 years, without the Auditor General pointing them out in public. Right. UIFW, the last one. It's complex, the MFMA, but we really should be able to implement the MFMA. This is our bread and butter. This is the legislative framework in which we function. We should not have repeat findings on compliance with procurement. The fact that we have says that there's an embedded resistance to changing things. That says fraud and corruption. Right? You are going to make that change. You can force that change by your expectations of what the officials, or how the officials should be doing procurement. It should not be acceptable that we have the level of UIFW that we have. Saying that, though, we should expect the reported UIFW to go up before it goes down. Because the Auditor General said our processes to identify UIFW are weak. It's happening, but we're not spotting it. We have got to make sure that the officials really understand the basics of procurement, the basics of expenditure, and apply it absolutely. That should be your expectation from a governance perspective. Performance information, again, the AGSA has qualified us on a whole range of issues. It's dismal performance, but it's better than last year. Great. Data accuracy seems to be going down. There are lots more things that should have been fixed a long time ago. The MFMA requires internal audit to audit these things quarterly. To report back, it should be fixed. We shouldn't have any problems. Why does the MFMA require it to be audited quarterly? Because the MFMA understands how important performance is. But if we don't understand how important the internal audit and the external audit's reports are, saying you don't know how many kilometers of roads you built, then there's a fundamental problem in how we are approaching the data that gets used to manage performance. And you, as a council, need to insist that you get accurate information, but then you also need to use that information, right? You've got to look at it, and if you're spotting that we're not getting anywhere, and the city manager hasn't already spotted it and put something in place, then he's not doing his job. So, yep, you hear the bit about expectations. If you set the expectations, he's going to make sure that his team does their job. And by the time you get to, we underperformed, there's already a plan to fix it. In Q1, not in Q3. So setting the expectations is how you exercise governance. And that's your role. Right, so you're going to be setting a new budget in the next 6 months that is going to be structured to your political agenda, right? You need to understand what is possible. And if you say to them, build 550 kilometers roads and there's a budget for it and the budget is sufficient, the city should be able to produce those 550 kilometers of roads by the end of the next year. That's the expectation, right? We spent 98% of our budget. We achieved only 55% of our goals, right? That says something is fundamentally not gelling. And we're wasting our time, and we're spending money on things we shouldn't, or we're spending it on things we should, but it's just not coming out the other end as to what we asked for. That's what those targets are for. You should expect, if we spend 98% of our money, to get 98% of the results, particularly for things like kilometers of roads. Use the Circular 88 indicators. And it's always an argument at the APC. We say, you've got all these Circular 88 indicators. What did you do about them? They say, no, it's just for information purposes. The number of employees that are on suspension is for information purposes. No, it's not. National Treasury set that reporting to highlight problems in the system. Look at the report. It says how many senior officials we're paying that are on suspension for more than 3 months. That internal audit can't discipline 6 individuals, right? Internal audit has all the resources to investigate. HR is on board, but we can't discipline 6 individuals. It says there's something fundamentally wrong with the system, right? And that's what Circular 88 is for. It's highlighting all the issues that you should be asking questions about and asking for accurate information. But each one of them tells you that there's a problem, right? Or tells you it's fine. Because they ask, how many meetings do you have? And you have altogether enough meetings, right? How effective are those meetings in the governance and that expectation of we want this done right? So, number of meetings, one type of evaluation. Effectiveness of those meetings, you make that determination. Liquidity and financial performance, right? We remain on the edge. The 39 billion of cash flow was the same as the previous year. And if you look at the liquidity ratios, they've gotten worse if you apply the Auditor General's adjustments. But what is affordable rates and tariffs? What are acceptable rates and tariffs is going to be an issue that you're going to debate over the next 6 months. Squeezing all the cash out of the debtors book is a problem, right? There is only, and the actuaries have said, there's only about 6 billion out of that 23 billion that's on the books that's actually going to come back in cash, right? That's what the financial statements are saying. You can squeeze it, and you've got to continue squeezing it. You've got to get everybody to continue to pay. But there's fundamentally something wrong there, and there's a lot of people that are getting free electricity and water. How do we actually deal with that? The ratios look alarming. We've precariously balanced. The midterm financial statements should show some progress. I think the city manager has some much better cash flows than we had last year. But you need to consider, and it says there in the report, whether there are structural changes necessary. Do we need to actually get rid of a portion of our salaried staff? And that's a major decision to make as a council. Right? You need to work together as a grouping, not as people that are fighting. The Auditor General points out in their emphasis of matter issues, debt losses. How much free water and electricity waste, etc., are we giving away on a monthly basis? Because that's essentially what it is. It's why the 39 isn't the 45. Right? Because we are giving away a whole lot of electricity, water, sewerage, the rates, etc., that are not getting recovered. The electricity losses, in the billions, where can we save? Water losses, same thing. Right? And there is a payback if you can invest 200 million in water infrastructure. The payback period for some of those investments is literally 6 months. Ask the water guys. The engineers should be able to give you the figures. The DBSA is on board to fund it. Let's get those projects in, that we save the water, because that's an immediate bottom line saving that you can use the money elsewhere. Compliance. Yeah, it's laissez-faire, right? It's still, we don't really worry about if we're not compliant, right? There's lots of things where we're not compliant. We can do far, far better. The MFMA is written in a way for a reason, right? If we do things right and by the book, it means we are thinking about the stuff we need to do. We are generating the information we need to manage the city. We need to make sure we are compliant. Procurement is seen as very complex, blah, 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 but there are only certain things that need to be complied with. If we do it right and we do it consistently and we have staff that can do it on a consistent basis, we don't get UIFW, we get cheaper goods and services, we get the right suppliers in. We unlock a whole lot of the bottlenecks in the system. The two new MIs, I've said a little bit about them already. I think that there's a lot in the revenue, the missing revenue one. Right? I don't think the Auditor General has touched the iceberg, has pointed out all of the possible problems. We're going to do a rates revision this year, a new valuation role. How comprehensive is that? Have we got all the areas? Johannesburg's getting, they're now starting to realize they're not collecting revenue from lots of developments. Are we collecting all our revenue from all the developments in the city? I think there's a lot of potential there for unlocking revenue. Risk management, the basics are in place, but it's a ticking time bomb. Those things I started my speech with is our aging infrastructure, water and electricity, shortage of water, security, the health and safety issues, right? We need money for that. We've got to solve the liquidity issue first. But there's lots of risks that the city faces. We're very good at identifying the risks. I think the list of risks, everybody can debate whether it's complete or not, but if we just start working on that, we'll be a lot better. The problem is we're not working on it actively. And that really also, from your oversight committees, you need to be starting to say to people, to the officials that answer you, what are the Auditor General findings? How have you fixed them? What are the risks? How are you fixing them? Right? You've got to go through the second part as well. What are the risks? How are you fixing them? How are you addressing them? How well do you understand them? How well are you providing with information, me as councillor, that I can understand them in simple language? And what happens, the risks all concern the big stuff, but there are 240 councillors here. 214, sorry. Where are the risks in the smaller things that are important parts of what the city produces, in our heritage, in our libraries? And who are the 2 or 3 councillors that really take those issues on and make sure that in the little niches and corners of the city, that they take those issues on and get them fixed? Parks, properly graded and washed down dirt roads, right, in our townships, because they're not tarred and we're not going to have money to tar them next year. But are they properly graded and washed down? Are the living conditions good, or is it just dust? ICT, the 3 things that keep the Audit Committee awake at night is cyber attacks. We've got a good anti-cyber attack process. but the Auditor General says it can be better. Right? It remains a risk worldwide. Don't let the city become a target. The big IT projects, MSCOA, the changeover to SAP, and a whole lot of the digitization processes. Are we managing them well, and do we understand what the public wants, what our users want? Right? It went wrong for an MSCOA project that lasted 5 years. When we finally implemented and changed over, the finance department said, but we can't get, for 6 months, we didn't get proper financial statements. That says that project was not well run. So big IT projects remain a risk. And then business continuity is always a risk. Can we survive a major fire? UIFW, I said, expect more UIFW. The city manager agrees. We've got to find it before we can eradicate it. But we must, every time it now happens, stop it happening again. That's his responsibility. Consequence management, culture. It's my expectation of him. It's your expectation of him. Criticize if you're not told about UIFW. If you don't understand how it's happened, if you don't understand who the people are that committed it, if you don't understand whether it's been reported to the SAPS or to the AGSA. And then also on UIFW, we need a really decent fraud risk management system. That's coming from the new independent risk manager is saying that. And that's, yeah, I'm a fraud guy. It's perhaps had a low profile simply because I didn't want to push my own agenda. But I'm going to push that one now because it's been identified elsewhere as well. Internal audit, they did what they needed to do. We're happy. But there have been some resources that are tied up. They could have done more. TIDA, congratulations. They got an unqualified audit opinion. They've got one serious finding on procurement. It's a new procurement issue, so that's going to change how procurement happens in the province, we think. But they've admitted that they did it wrong. They're going to fix it. HCT, unfortunately, somewhere else in this report it says HCT got an unqualified audit opinion. That's unfortunately not true. They did receive a qualified audit opinion. There are issues that could have been corrected, but the staff weren't fast enough to correct them, which is why we got a qualified audit opinion. But the audit committee said you can quite easily produce another set of financial statements correcting all of that and present it to the necessary stakeholders with the qualified audit opinion. But it does say we need to understand the deadlines that the MFMA imposes. So at the end, I want to just thank the city manager and his Section 56 team. I think there have been major changes. If you look at how material irregularities are now under control, and if we start applying those lessons to UIFW and everything else, it says that the culture is starting to change. And that's long-term what the Auditor General wants and why they changed the Act to actually include material irregularities. It's a learning process. It's about building a South Africa that works well. So I did thank the AGSA when we started, but again, thank you, Zolani, and your team for the insights you provided. Thank you to the directors and the senior staff of the entities for taking the Auditor General's also inputs seriously and making them work. To the MACO, both of them, for driving the process, for getting an audit response committee going, for making sure that you set the expectations. We need to get these things moving and off our books. And then to you, the Council, for allowing me to address you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cameroon, the chairperson of Audit and Performance Committee in the city of Tshwane. Now we are moving to seeking clarity questions on the presentation that the AG has done. This is how it's going to happen. I'm going to take 5 hands on my right-hand side. I'm going to take 5 hands on my left-hand side. Then we ask the questions. If the AG is responding to say to you, he will respond to you in writing. Please accept that. And also when you ask the question, please state your name so that the Auditor General can note you so that when he responds, he knows whom is he responding to. So I will start on my left-hand side. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we've got only 3 hands on this side. Let's start with you, Alderman Brink.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My first question is to the representative of the AG's office, and thank you very much for the presentation and the detail thereof. On the issue of the assets. Now, as the APC chair has said, this is a technical issue, and we might want to concentrate a lot of energy on the cultural issues, but I suspect the difference between the technical and the cultural, they intersect at one point. To the best of my understanding, there was a measure of agreement after the adverse audit between on the methodology that was to be applied, the unit rates in the valuation and classification of assets. Was that an erroneous understanding? And if there is agreement, if the city is no longer saying that there's disagreement on the methodology, is it then an issue of application of the methodology? And I understand that is quite a technical question, but I think it's important given the enormity of the consequences of the finding on assets for the headline outcome. Then, Speaker, to the Chair of the Audit and Performance Committee, it would seem that there is this recurring problem of invoices that magically appear for payment after the fact, and that there are serious issues in the management of invoices and payments, that treasury division within the group finance department. Is this something that the Audit and Performance Committee, because you obviously have a more regular interaction with the city than the AG, is that something that you've picked up, and have you identified recommendations of how to stop that, the magic surprise of here's an invoice that needs to be paid? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have prepared my questions in writing, and I've had an opportunity earlier this morning to hand copies of these questions to the representative of the AG, as well as the chairman of the APC. So they are in possession of my questions, and they've had time to consider them, and we've had a brief discussion before this meeting. So nothing that I raise now will be a surprise to them, Mr. Speaker. The first question deals with an issue relating to the financial statements. The other 3 questions deals with questions relating to compliance management. The first question is, please refer to note 5, specifically the breakdown of aged debtors by revenue source, and more specifically the breakdown for water aged debtors. The amount outstanding for aged debtors for water on 0 to 30 days is 1,015,000,000 and some odd change. That amount is more than our monthly billing for water. It is impossible that an amount of such an extent can be outstanding 0 to 30 days. Also, compared to the outstanding debtors for electricity, the breakdown for water is an apparent anomaly. The city on average renders accounts on which the ratio of electricity or water to electricity is 1 to 4. It speaks for itself that the ratio of unpaid aged debtors between electricity and water should be close to that ratio. Yet actual outstanding debtors for water by far outstrip the debtors for electricity. Unpaid water for the period 0 to 365 days, that is for the entire year last year, is 2.9 billion. Compared to that, unpaid electricity for the same period amounts to 1.5 billion. To the Auditor General, have you audited this apparent anomaly? And if so, what is the innocent explanation for the anomaly? If not, do you agree that this apparent anomaly is a material discrepancy, and do you undertake to include an audit thereof in your next annual audit and report thereof to Council? The second question, as I said, is a compliance issue, and it is addressed to both the representative of the Auditor General and the chairman of the APC. The MFMA in section 19 thereof, read with section 13 of the accompanying budgeting and reporting regulations, require that no capital project over 50 million may be included in the budget unless Council had first approved the project, its costs, covering every financial year of the project, and its future cost to operate the asset and its expected revenue before such a project may be included in the budget. It will come as no surprise to anyone that this requirement of the MFMA has not been complied with by the city for many, many years now. Does the Auditor General and the Audit and Performance Committee agree that this section of the Act and the regulations must be complied with? If not, why not? Does the Auditor General and the Audit and Performance Committee agree that compliance would require of the municipal manager to prepare and present to Council a project plan, including costing estimates supported by quantities and values certified by professional quantity surveyors or engineers, and that this will limit the freedom of procurement to procure outside of values approved by Council, and that this implementation is an important tool to curtail procurement fraud? If not, why not? If the Auditor General and the Audit and Performance Committee agree with these contentions, will the Auditor General agree to include compliance auditing of this requirement in its next and all future audits of the city? And will the Audit and Performance Committee agree to monitor and report on compliance thereof on an ongoing basis? Question 3, also a compliance issue. The MFMA in section 168 thereof, read with the Municipal Public-Private Partnership Regulations, require that where a private entity is contracted to render a service that is a municipal function, no such contract shall be entered into unless the regulations have been complied with and unless Council had first approved a feasibility study. The proposed contract, its costs of the proposed contract, its costs covering every financial year of the contract, and it is determined that the city will derive a financial benefit from the contract before such a contract may be approved. It will also come as no surprise to anyone that this requirement of the MFMA has also not been complied with by the city for many years now. Does the Auditor General and the Audit and Performance Committee agree these provisions of the Act and the regulations would, for instance, apply to the delivery of water by the municipality by way of water tanker? If not, why not? Has the Auditor General audited for compliance with these provisions, and if so, what has he found? Does the Auditor General and the Audit and Performance Committee agree that compliance would require of the municipal manager to prepare and present to Council, prior to the approval of such a contract, a feasibility study, including costing estimates and supported by quantities and values that are professionally certified, and that this will limit the freedom of procurement to procure outside of the values approved by Council? And again, that this is an important tool to curtail procurement fraud. If not, why not? If the Auditor General and the Audit and Performance Committee agree with these contentions, will the Auditor General agree to include compliance auditing of this requirement in its next and all future audits of the city? And will the Audit and Performance Committee agree to monitor and report on compliance thereof on an ongoing basis to Council? Question 4, also a compliance issue. The requirements of the MFMA, Section 33, is that a contract straddling more than 3 budget years must be approved by Council with full compliance with the terms of that section. Would you agree that when a 3-year contract is extended for a further year or years during the currency thereof due to contract management slippage, that such extension brings such contract within the scope of Section 33 of the MFMA, and that before such an extension is granted by Council, Section 33 of the MFMA needs to be complied with? If not, why not? If yes, has the Auditor General audited the city for such compliance, and what has it found? A number of contracts have been extended beyond the 3-year period without Council being called upon to approve such extensions, to wit, certain extensions to the Lasaka Clinic construction and the refurbishment of Wapatrand and Mooikloof substations and numerous other contracts. If the Auditor General and the Auditor Performance Committee agree with these extended contracts, that these extended contracts must comply with Section 33 of the MFMA, will the Auditor General agree to include compliance of this requirement or an audit of compliance with this requirement in its next and all future audits of the city? And will the Audit and Performance Committee agree to monitor and report on compliance thereof on an ongoing basis? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The third person, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be shorter than Councillor Middleburg. Speaker, I want to start with the Auditor General representative, although I'm not seeing where he's sitting now. He's here. Yeah. No, last year he was the same person. Yeah, he gave us the same problems, and we're here a year later with the same problem. I want to ask the question that the mayor asked in a much more simple way. AG, you know, this cell phone is bought at a specific price at a shop. A year later, it's worth a certain price. 2 years later, it's worth a certain price. The issue of...
There is a point of order, Chair of Chairs.
How sophisticated can you be?
No, he's referring to the leader of the opposition.
Well, okay, no, to the leader of the opposition. Thank you, Mabon.
He's not referring to Dr. Nasib.
I'm sure the executive mayor has the same concern, Speaker. Let's come back to the issue. The issue that we have is...
What we must do, Council, we've got only one mayor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, please address... Councillors, Aibo, this thing doesn't need you to speak.
Thank you.
Just be quiet. Just address Alderman Brink as Alderman Brink.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we've got only one mayor.
I have the same question as the former executive mayor, which is the issue around of assets and representation of assets and what is asset value. It sounds to me that there has been for many years a disagreement on methodology. And the AG, when you audit 8 metro municipalities, hundreds and hundreds of local municipalities, there must be a standard. What is the core issue with the lack of a convergent agreement on how should assets be valued and then be represented? Why does this issue repeat itself for so many years and that it is not getting resolution? Is it that an issue of inaction? Is it an issue of a lack of agreement on the standards? Or is there some willful way that people are not conforming? We need to address that issue because you are repeating it for me for the second year in a row. And I'm sure it's been a lot longer. It seems like this is one of the big issues that's holding us from the next level in terms of the audit opinion. The second issue, which is related to that, and it goes to the HC as well, is the issue around data, the issue around performance, the whole performance measures, reporting of performance. Throughout the entire report, literally the entire report, the AG, you are saying that almost all performance measures that the city says it is giving are either unprovable or in fact misstated. So misstated to say that I said I built 10 kilometers of road and I didn't. Or unproven that I said I built 10 kilometers of road, but I can't show you how. So it seems like there's also an issue, there's a persisting issue on data. Is there, similar to the question one, is this an issue of us not agreeing on a standard, on what is representative data that is unfalsifiable, and what does that look like from all the different departments in the municipality, or are people just generally not conforming? And that same question goes to the APC as well, because Chair, you did speak about fundamental problems with data. It seems like we can't even things like job cards and how long call-outs work. We can't agree, was this a call-out less than 48 hours or more than 48 hours? Because that 70% performance, you are saying there's no proof of it. So it seems like there's a big issue around systems. The third question is also, again, systems. Throughout the report, you indicate that there's inadequate systems to detect irregular spending. There's inadequate systems to detect all this type of material spending. It's almost as if the standard that you account on and what you operate on in the city are two different things. And by the time you are come to account on a standard, the relevant people that work on this thing do not even know that there is an existence of a measure that I must reach, and that this is the methodology that I must prove without reasonable doubt that I've reached this. And this keeps repeating itself each and every year. So we just need a lot more clarity on what is the actual issue. Yes, there's no system, but why isn't there a system? Do we not agree that what type of system is it, or what is the issue? Then the final question is the issue around consequence management, which seems to be possibly an underlying theme on what we can do to solve the first three. And you spoke about it at the beginning of the presentation of the AG. So I want to ask two questions on that. On what does consequence management look like from the AG's side? How does the AG apply it? But also, how should the city apply it? How do cities that get clean audits actually do apply? Because it does not look like we don't have a standard. We do have metros that operate at level 1 of clean audits and higher audits than us. How do they apply consequence management that we're not applying it? And how does the AG itself look to help us with its application of consequence management on the city? That's all for the AG, Speaker. The last question is for the APC. Chair, also last year you were here addressing us again on the same issue. I want to check with the APC what's making it ineffective? What makes the APC as a mechanism of this institution, an internal mechanism to ensure that on a quarterly basis or on a monthly basis, we are on track to improve an audit performance, that doesn't happen. That meetings are held internally, all those things are done, but the outcome when the external auditor comes is the same, which means that institutionally there are issues structurally or in terms of the way of work that are preventing the APC from reaching its goals and are rendering it null and void. I think the chair must come back to this council with a more direct that these are the 3-4 things that are preventing us from being a remedy to the problems that we face every year. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's move to my right-hand side. Are there any questions or comments? The first hand is the leader of the executive. The second hand is Councillor Kosimani. And the third one is Chief Whip of the EFF, Ratukwana. Then the fourth hand will be the executive mayor. And that's it. Thank you very much. Let's start with you, the leader of the executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to colleagues. I think Councillor Mtimuni makes a thesis on just a simple question. Maybe seeks to have an ombudsman on disputes around questions and matters that are coming from the Auditor General. But he spiral around asking such a simple question. But I think we will engage at a different platform just to get it right. What is it actually that we want to find? Because I think it's not my place to respond to the question. It's for the AGSA to respond to what Councillor Mtimunye says. But I think as a body of council, we work together in engaging Auditor General SA through dialogue, through asking questions, detailed questions, but that should come from us having studied what is contained in the report. Just to ask political questions and grandstanding, it won't help all of us. Because I think the interest is for us to then get into a better position as an institution and to be attractive and place ourselves into a better liquidity position. But I think we should welcome the report and appreciate the work that has been done by both Auditor General and APC, because they give a good reflection in terms of some of the things that we know and some of the things that we actually are finding out that we need to bring efficiency and effect remedials on the areas that they've reflected on. But I think it's also important that we must also admit that we'll assess the report and put in place mechanisms that would then try to respond to issues that were raised. Councillor Mtimunyu makes a point that there's a repeat of some of the findings. And the stubbornness of a finding like asset management, I think it has been prolonged. We've spent lots and lots of millions, Auditor General, on asset management, and we're not getting it right. But I think as a collective body of concern, we'll try to make sure that we get our assets in order, but also try to capitalize on what we need to capitalize on and make sure that our reporting is correct. That we need to commit to do. But also, I agree that we need to develop an action plan, working with the CM that will assist us. We can't just work and second guess. Then you go to HCT, you give them an opportunity to respond, they argue with you, they don't respond on time. Therefore, the outcome would then be a finding against us. It doesn't surprise us. It's something that we anticipated, that sometimes our behavior and response, you give us an opportunity, you sit with us, our officials, for many hours trying to establish and assist us, because we should not create an impression that Auditor General SA doesn't work with us, works against us. I think you work with us, you sit with our officials, you sit with our oversight committee, MPEC, to assist them. You bring your work with COCTA and the finance department from Gauteng. Therefore, it's a collaborative effort of trying to get these things right. But sometimes our attitudes are not correct. Our attitudes are placed elsewhere. But we then appreciate that the reflection on record management, Auditor General, we are very poor in that area. And I think we agree with MMC Murodi that we need to improve. We need to digitize. We need to make sure that our record management is in order, because if you get into many of our departments, record management is a crisis. And we agree that it's an area that we are aware of and we are alive to those realities. Therefore, your reflections, in a nutshell, are correct. They need a commitment from all of us to work together in bringing improvements. APC, we agree with your reflections. They are honest and frank, and you are precise in pointing in some of the areas that leadership is an important element of driving change. Therefore, you can't expect other levels to then inject change when your leadership is absent. Then we agree with you, Chair of APC. But you have assisted us in other areas where we're poor, especially on consequence management. We need to give credit where it's due. You've engaged with CM and the Executive Mayor on how we can then get to the point of resurfacing some of the cases that are not attended. And we need to resolve them because they've been stubbornly hidden, even from political leadership, to then give leadership and guidance on how they need to be resolved. We appreciate your input. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kusman.
Am I now audible? Oh yeah, thank you. No, thank you, Speaker. Please protect me. I think there's some shenanigans going on the other side. Can I understand correctly what the AG is saying here? and I wish we say no, you are wrong. Are you saying during the time when we thought we had government with Brink, things were falling apart? I mean, in 2023, we don't even know how many people we owe and how much. And you suspect it to go up to 4.8 billion of what we owing that we did not record. Did I understand you correctly? Number two, during the same period when Brink was claiming to be efficient during those days, the trade payables, the money that we ought to have received.
Sorry, Councillor. Can we be in a best behavior, because these questions are going to the AG, so he needs to hear the questions, so that no, Councillor, no. Councillor, don't do it. Thank you very much. Let's allow the person to ask the question. You were not disturbed when you were asking your questions, so let's not do that. Allow the councillor to do so. Thank you.
No, thank you, Speaker. I knew it that was going to come. But on the other hand, while we are owing a lot of people a lot of money that we don't even know how much we are owing anymore, we estimate it to be 4.8 billion. On the other hand, there was money that we were receiving through the rentals, all the trade receivables or other receivables, to a tune of about 636 millions that we didn't record anywhere. Am I understanding correctly? So we lost a lot of money by net recording. Oh, there's a lot of money that we haven't paid because we never recorded it. We didn't even supply evidence to AG for it to audit us. At the same time, there was money that we were getting, but we were also not recording it. And it's estimated to be around 600 million. Am I understanding you correctly? Question number 2. How did we arrive at these figures? Can you tell us a little bit of a story to say, how did you arrive at least at these 2 figures? I know there's a story of property. What I just mentioned is what should be graph number 1. So it is 1 for a reason. It is a very basic. So are you saying during that administration we couldn't even get step 1 of generally recognized accounting practices? I know with regard to graph PPE, I think is what? I think it's 17. I know it's a troublesome matter, but please give us an assurance in a nutshell. Do we now know what are our assets and where are they and how many are they? Because I think that has been a pertinent question for a very long time. I know we talked about valuation only, but before we get to the valuing of these assets, do we know how many do we have? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, you know, Councillor Makalen, sometimes, just once in your life, grow up. Just once in your life, can you be quiet when other people are speaking? We've got guests here then that are coming to listen to us. Stop the gestures that you are doing. Just for once in a while, grow up. Thank you very much. Councillor Ratukwan. Okay, she is fine. Then we go to, what are you rising on?
Yeah, Honourable Speaker, I want to agree with you. I will talk to the Deputy Chief Whip here. I think Alderman Malulega put it correctly when he spoke, in his opening remarks, that we should not politicize this. And what former MMC Kosimang was doing was to politicize, and hence he got a reaction. So if people politicize, there will be a reaction. So please, as much as you want to tell us to behave, let others also get you telling them to behave. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's then move on to the Executive Mayor. Point of order, MMC Ramabud. Just press once, MMC. That's it. Press once.
I'm doing once, yes. So Speaker, can you protect the speakers on the floor? There's no rule that says when we engage on the questions to the Auditor General, how must we do it? We are engaging the report, we are engaging what they have been tabled there, and this report is being tabled to politicians. And this thing of saying we must not politicize as if people knows the speech that we are going to say is wrong. I think you must protect us because we are going to speak. We can't shy away that some other things that happened, it was during the DA administration of 8 years. Why must we lie? And when we talk, we are called politicizing. It was DA that was running this city for 8 years. There's no report of the 2015 year. It's a report between when Sorin Simanga got in here until Mr. Brink. That's it. It's a fact. So protect us. And this thing of Matsibetela getting a tender from DA that every time when Brink speaks, he must laugh. It's not going to work. It's a lot of work. When a white man speaks, you laugh. White man speaks, you laugh. It's a lot of work.
Thank you very much. Councillors, can we move on? Councillor Ratukwana, are you speaking now? Are you asking your question? So after Councillor Ratukwana is the Executive Mayor, and we are done with the questions, we'll give to the AG whether he will respond now or he will respond in writing. So he's going to indicate that to us. Whichever way that is taking, we agree on that. Councillor Ratukwana?
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. And greetings to the guests here. I think we have to start by welcoming the report and the thorough presentation that we've received here today. And also, just to put it on record that we are here inheriting a mess of the DA. The new administration at least is going to now understand the mess that has been created and also then attempt to clean it. The report highlights the significant deficiencies in the quality of performance report, and it's very concerning from where we are sitting. So we just want to know what kind of specific actions can we take to ensure that there is sufficient accuracy and reliability on this report, ensuring that they reflect our commitment to transparency and accountability. The second question would be, with the persistent failures to comply with the basic legal requirements, what measures should we prioritize to reinforce our legal compliance framework and prevent similar breaches in the future? The third one would be the financial instability due to the unsupported creditors and discrepancies in the financial statements is alarming. What strategies would you advise we embark on to stabilize the liquidity of the position in the city and restore the financial integrity? The fourth one would be, beyond these issues identified, are there any additional areas of concern that you believe that we must pay urgent attention to? And how can your office assist us to ensure that we implement effective solutions to address these challenges? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I'll call upon the Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me once again greet the AG representatives and the APC chairperson. Immediately, I'm fortunate that I've received this report before together with the mayoral committee. And it's important that I say this while you are here in front of the council, that immediately after you've briefed us in December, we started with the proposed remedial actions that we need to take. And I think on top of everything is just to get the officials of the city of Tshwane to understand what this means. We can say it is what it is, it happened in the past, but what happens going forward? And I don't think most of our officials understand the impact that such, because what you are presenting to us is basically how we are managing this institution called the City of Tshwane. And when we are so compromised, even on the basics of things like record management, which is something to be, something that is supposed to be part of an official's responsibility on a minute-to-minute, hour-to-hour, day-to-day responsibilities. And one of the issues that you raised with us, which that slide is not part of this presentation, was the root causes. Where, yes, you mentioned the issue of SOPs, the issue of record management, the issue of internal control culture, and governance and oversight. But the one where you said that there's no capacity and competence to discharge the performance and financial management of the city. And between paragraph 77 and 79, you then mention senior management 3 times, that they failed to ensure that these 3 other root causes were managed properly. That worries us a lot. We know that the senior management of the city, they are educationally qualified people who come with lots of years of experience in the work that they are doing. And to be told that they are incompetent in discharging the responsibilities that they have in the city of Tshwane in serving the people here, it worries us because it tells us that we've got top management that is focusing elsewhere and not on their responsibilities. And so those root causes is where we're going to start, because we realized that if we don't deal with the root causes, we will forever be treating the symptoms. Yes. If you do not, you can create an SOP. If you don't have someone who will ensure that that SOP is implemented, you might as well pack and go home. So we'll start with the root causes, and one of them is the issue of performance management. We have started where each person who's bringing us underperformance must explain to us what caused it. We understand that we have financial situation and financial difficulties in the city. It's been there for years, and it's not going to go anywhere until the top management do their work. And so we are now starting to hold people accountable. They've been too relaxed. They've been in the system for too long. And the city manager has our support to say the AG is holding him accountable. What is he going to do about the people that on a daily basis, on a monthly basis, and quarterly basis are reporting to us that they are unable to do their job? I have offered counsel to the management of the city. If you think you can deliver, ask for a demotion so we can get someone who can do the job and we keep it moving. We've got a situation where the lives of the residents of Tshwane are not being improved. The APC chair spoke about the pit latrines in the capital city of the Republic of South Africa, with over 500 informal settlements. We've got South Africans there who do not, even since they were born, they may be 20 now, they've never received a decent lifestyle of getting water from the tap. And it's not even looking like that life is going to improve in the next 15 years if we continue like this. So what we have decided as this executive is that we're going to change the culture, because if we don't start there, all of these things become operational and they are not in our control. Performance management is going to be normal in the city. The issues of accountability is going to be an issue, is going to be normal in the city. And those that come to the office to do their deals and work on things that have nothing to do with serving the people, we will start showing them at the door. We're not going to accept that under our leadership, there are people we gossip about that they are not performing and we do nothing about them. So you have our assurance, we have heard you, in terms of what it means on how this institution is being managed. We're going to take our responsibility. We'll make sure that the structures that need to be there will be there, and that we're not going to partially implement the plans that we have to save certain people and rescue certain people. That for the first time, we will choose the residents of Tshwane over the officials of the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, and thank you from all those who have asked the questions. Now, I think I will give it to the AG. He will indicate to us how is he responding. Probably he will respond to some of the questions. Then after that, we are done. We will go to our item to deliberate on. Then we make our recommendations. Mr. Kalan, the podium is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As indicated and through your guidance, Honorable Speaker, I think as I go through the questions, I will indicate the ones that we will be able to respond to, and the ones that we are not in a position to respond to. And obviously, in relation to the ones that we want to formally respond to, we will then, as we have always done, work through the Office of the Speaker in terms of the coordination of those questions and the responses thereto. So, Honorable Speaker, I will start with the question in relation to the PPE. So, effectively, the PPE issue, we did engage the city extensively, as you rightfully say, Councillor Brink, in relation to what we recommend to be done to address the issue. And the city did present to us a method that they are going to follow to address those issues. And at a methodology level, we were in agreement in relation to what really the method is intending to address in relation to the issue. So really at the root cause of why we are still having this issue is the aspect of, number one, the extent of the application of that method. In that, for example, remember the adjustment affected a number of areas of classes of assets, different types of infrastructure assets, energy, water, the likes, community assets, and so forth. However, in terms of applying the methodology, I think in the main was applied on one of those areas. And our residual concern was that as much as it's applied in one of those areas, the other areas where the correction was not effected still remain tainted with the error that affected the valuation of the PPE. And also, I think, also in relation to the methodology, because remember the methodology when you talk, it's at a recommendation level. So obviously the officials of the city would need to then go into the data and the specific assets and then apply that methodology towards those. And I think in relation to certain aspects of how then the application to the data or the specific assets, it was inadequate. For example, remember the assets issue, it's twofold. It's assets which were new, in other words, newly identified, purely newly identified. And then the other aspects is assets which were componentized. So effectively, you look at a power plant, instead of recognizing the power plant as one asset, you split it into components because those components have different lives, such that you are able to depreciate them appropriately. So the componentization aspect then, effectively, when you componentize, the value of the plant doesn't change. You bought it at 100 Rand. So the mere fact that you are splitting the asset into smaller pieces doesn't mean that, you know, the value thereof needs to be increased. Ideally, you should proportionally then allocate that 100 to the different components. And I think when I talk to the application aspects and inadequacy of that, it was in the context of where assets which were previously revalued, in other words, the value that was put there was not proportionalized, it was a new value. Those values in relation to those components was not corrected such that the collective or the total cost of those assets reflects the initial or the actual amount that was paid by the city when the asset was bought. So the extent of applying the methodology to the entire asset base, we were not comfortable with the adequacy of that application. So effectively, that's what is remaining. And I think with this exercise, I think one of the aspects that was clear is that the asset exercise in terms of fixing the book and the value of the book is not the kind of exercise that can be done in a space of a week. It needs time. And we are hoping that with the time that we now have from now till when we come back, the city will be able then to go back and do a deep dive and ensure that all those aspects are addressed. So effectively, that is the aspect that is the residual part in relation to PPE. And then in the context, coming to Honorable Middleburg's, or Councillor Middleburg's questions, so Chair, I think some of the questions, particularly maybe question 1, we do note the anomaly that the Councillor is indicating. Obviously, at this stage, I can't speak to that particular anomaly in terms of whether is it a valid anomaly or whether is it something that can be explained. I think that particular anomaly, the accounting officer and the CFO would need to look into that and ascertain whether there's a basis for Councillor Middleburg's assertions in this particular question. So at this stage, Honourable Speaker, we can't respond to this particular question and would advise that then the city look into these particular aspects and give clarity, or maybe through you, Speaker, provide a response to the Councillor. And then regarding question 2 and question 3, we do note the areas of legislation that are referred to there that might possibly be not complied with. At this stage, particularly these particular sections, we can't speak to them. And the reason being is that the scope of the areas of compliance that we look into is predetermined at organizational level, and the Auditor General herself would then publish the AG directive, which then would indicate the areas of compliance that would form part of our audit process. So because these do not form part of that scope, I think with that, I guess in terms of whether they can form part of the scope, it's something that we can maybe submit to the organization, but not necessarily to say that they must include it, because obviously this is determined by a different unit taking into account various aspects. So I think with regards to this, and I think looking at the nature of the questions, I think part of these questions might need to also be referred to National Treasury in terms of the instances, let's say, for example, question 4, where the legislation indicates a particular period in terms of contracts, and if there's an extension, then National Treasury, as the custodian of that legislation, I think would be in the best position to then advise as to if you have that dynamic of extension, what does that then mean? Whether it's an issue of council approval or accounting officer approval. But I think as the office, we can't really make a determination as to the compliance in relation to that particular section. I think question 2 and 3, Chair, that one I honestly believe maybe the city must be given the opportunity to respond. I think as the office, it's not an area that is part of our scope. And then I guess maybe then we can take guidance through your office, Honourable Speaker, as to if there is further assistance that is needed from our office in relation to those 2 questions. I think that's in relation to the questions coming from Councillor Middleburg. And then in relation to the questions coming from Councillor Timunye, the surnames are blurry on my side, so pardon me if... okay, awesome. So in relation to that, I think, Honourable Speaker, maybe let me start here. We presented these reports to the APC. We presented these reports to the accounting officer and to the executive mayor. Where we are sitting, there is no indication of a disagreement with these reports. I think even the basis of this report is understood and has been accepted by oversight and APC included, including the accounting officer. So I won't really respond to the reason why we are talking to these root causes and the issues that are in the report, whether is it because people are disagreeing and so forth. So I think with regards to that, insofar as we are aware and insofar as we have engaged, there is concurrence from the city side and the office. I think in terms of the root causes, I did speak, because I think what needs to be understood is that we audit an output from systems and processes implemented by the system, by the city. So ideally, those systems must detect, prevent, and correct error leading to the output that lends to the financial statements. So if the systems were unable to pick up those errors, then it speaks to the deficiencies in those systems and processes. And deficiencies vary, whether it be SOPs that do not exist or SOPs that were there by the city but the officials did not implement, or even the diligence of the people who are given responsibilities to ensure the implementation of these processes not being at the right level of due care. But effectively, our report pretty much indicates that the systems and processes implemented by the city has weaknesses, and hence why the errors or non-compliance that we are highlighting would have then been picked up by us. So I think, Honourable Speaker, I'm just speaking in totality. I won't go to each and every specific aspect because I think in the main, apart from the matter that I addressed, it was more in relation to the inadequacies of systems and clarity in relation to what that then means. And then in relation to consequence management, I think the question there was, what does consequence or an effective consequence management looks like to us as the Auditor General? I think maybe let me rephrase that particular aspect. I think the question should be, what does effective consequence management looks like in relation to what legislation requires? Because we don't determine the laws and regulation that dictate consequence management practices that need to be there in the city. So effectively what we audit when we speak about auditing compliance It's pretty much taking legislation and saying, what does legislation says the city should do? And then the question then becomes, the city, have you done what legislation said you must do, and can you support that? And in this instance, as indicated, I think, in the compliance paragraph of consequences, I think the main issue there was that, as required by legislation, transgression must be investigated, and where investigated, disciplinary action must be instituted. I think the initial part of the consequence process is the part that we couldn't get satisfaction that it was fully implemented, being the investigation part of transgressions. And when I say investigation of transgressions, I mean investigations of all transgressions that are there in the environment. So that's that part. And then in relation to Councillor Hosiamang, yes. Just clarity on the qualification on payables from exchange transactions. I just want to refer the councillor to the paragraph, and I'll maybe explain. So effectively, speaking particularly to the paragraph and what the paragraph means, effectively, it's paragraph 4 of our audit report. We say there that trade payables were not reconciled to supplier statements. In addition, accruals were not recorded in the accounting records. As a result, not all liabilities were recorded in the accounting records and correctly valued in as required by GRAP 1. So effectively, the issue is because of the weaknesses in how the creditors were reconciled, and also the weaknesses in the processes of identifying all accruals. Those processes fell short in that there were those liabilities that were there that the city owed, which were not identified by those processes. And as a result, the number that's sitting in the financial statements is not complete. In other words, not all the liabilities are reflected in that number. So effectively, that's what payables from exchange transactions qualification paragraph really at the core, what we are saying there. And then in relation to other receivables, the qualification, as I think I did also put it in my slide, effectively other receivables in the main, other receivables to the tune of 636 million could not be audited because supporting evidence could not be provided by the city. Effectively, that's what that then means. It's not necessarily a billing issue or inaccuracies. It's just the aspect of we couldn't audit it because the city was unable to support that figure that's reported there. And then in relation to how we determine, obviously, the other receivables, you can get it directly from the financial statements. But obviously, in terms of the payables, we would then project, as guided by the auditing standards, the error to the population of payables as a whole. So really this paragraph is for the city to then go and do a deep dive into their payables, because as much as we could come to an amount of 4.8 billion, there might be possibly more. So I think in terms of the extent of the correction of the payables balance, the city's processes in relation to the implementation of the action plan must then go into this and deep dive to then determine the extent of the correction that is required there. And then, so in terms of PPE, do we know what the asset base is? We have audited the existence and completeness of the physical assets. We did not note any material issues that warrant us to include it in the audit report as a qualification paragraph. So the physical asset, we have gone and physically verified it, and either whether it exists or whether all the physical assets that the city says they have are actually all there. However, I think at the core of the matter in relation to the PPE issue is the value of those assets. That's what we have an issue with. I think the APC chair did indicate that the exercise and the attempt of identifying all the assets that belong to the city, that exercise at least achieved that particular portion of the objective. The only aspect that we need to now fix is the value of those identified assets. And then coming to Councillor Ratukwane's questions, what specific action is required to deal with these issues? I think as part of our call to action, what is key for us was, like I said, processes and systems kick out an output, which is a number that's sitting in your financial statements. So really, those processes and systems and how they are implemented, and also the people who implement those, there needs to be a focus in that area to identify the extent of the weaknesses. Because in some instances, it might be an issue of the process not being there. In some instances, it might be an issue of the process being there but not being implemented, or someone not, applying due care and diligence in implementing that process. And also, in some instances, it might be an understanding of what is required instead in terms of the steps that need to be followed. So in those instances, then things like capacitating then the officials in terms of understanding what then is required would then be necessary. So really a deep dive into the processes and cleaning up the processes, because I think a sustainable future in terms of reliable reporting and compliance for the city hangs on the processes and systems being proper, the control environment being appropriate. So the number can be fixed, but without the processes and systems being fixed, the city is still at risk of coming back to a qualified opinion in the future, or an adverse, or whatever the case might be. So really a long-term perspective is the processes and systems, fixing those. I mean, you look at your payables from exchange. In the prior year, the number was fixed, but clearly there were still weaknesses in the processes to account for payables, and hence why that qualification returned. So, and hence why the emphasis on the controls, but also I think just the overall internal control culture, and I think the executive mayor spoke about that. Because processes are assigned to people through job descriptions, through roles and responsibilities. So the culture, in terms of, number one, the importance of those processes, in terms of prioritizing the adequate implementation of those processes, in terms of ownership and accountability for those processes is quite important. And that's what then the accounting officer would need to then ensure that, from a culture point of view within the city, particularly in relation to internal controls, that aspect is closed off. So I think, And then what measures should be implemented to prevent legal issues or issues identified in the legal spaces? I think I'll just revert to my previous comment on the first part. Really, it comes to the processes, systems, the culture, the internal control environment as a whole. And then what strategies can be implemented to improve liquidity. I think really, and this is some of the aspects that we recommended to the accounting officer, and even these recommendations we did make also to the executive mayor. I think number one, and we did issue the MI, number one is ensuring that the bill is accurate. Number two, all services that you rendered have been billed. At least then you would know that the revenue that you have accounted for is accurate and complete in terms of it all being there. And then I think the critical aspect, I think cash is king, so collections, and just an intensified effort to ensure that, the city, picks up the level of collections. I think it would really contribute significantly towards, improving the financial viability of the city. And then other areas of concern, I think financial health, I think you had already touched on it, and I think we did touch on it in terms of the call of action. Infrastructure is also an area of concern. I think you would have seen with the budgets that are tabled here in council, the extent of capital budgets that the city is presenting is quite little, I think, in comparison to maybe the investment that maybe might be required. Also, I think the level of maintenance of existing infrastructure is not yet within the norms that have been set by National Treasury. So I think infrastructure is key, particularly as an enabler for service delivery, because you don't want to find a situation where there's an infrastructure collapse. Then it means that service delivery follows effectively. And I think lastly is the issue of achievements of targets. I think those three would be the other areas of concern. I think for the city particularly, the low percentage of the achievement of targets. I think from our end, it's an area that requires attention. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much to the representative of the Auditor General. For any other questions, even those who are directed to the chairperson, can I then ask the chairperson to respond in writing, if you don't mind? Can all the remaining questions that are left, can they be responded in writing? We will really appreciate that. And thank you very much, AG. Thank you very much, chairperson, for availing yourselves on this council meeting today. We are going to proceed with the agenda, but we are going to start with lunch. We are going to go for lunch now for an hour, then we come back, we proceed with our work. So the Auditor General and the chairperson, you are released, you can go. Thank you so much. Let's go for lunch. And what time is it? We come back at 4. Okay. Thank you very much, councillors. Please take your seats. Someone has lost eyes. Someone has lost eyes. I'm worried that person cannot see. Someone has lost eyes. They are not mine. Please, if you have lost your spectacles, please approach me. Thank you very much, councillors. Please take your seats. Please take your seats so that we can count if we form a quorum. Good afternoon, councillors. We are a quorum, then we can continue with our meeting. And again, let me apologize for putting you on a heat. They are dealing with the aircon. It should be cool anytime soon. My apologies for that. I understand that throughout the morning we had a chamber that was hot. So now they are addressing that. We should be fine. Councillors, we are going back to item 13. Remember, on that item, we've got speakers, and we have to approve the recommendations, or we approve the report. I noted you, sir. I noted you. Let me speak first, then I'll come back to you. So we are going to go back to that report, then from that we go back to item 1. But we must finish all the agenda items today because there are other pressing reports that needs to be passed by this council. We've got a deadline of tomorrow. Thank you very much. Councillor?
Speaker, thank you very much. Councillor Erasmus, the Chief Whip of FF+. Speaker, 2 of our members need to leave because of certain urgent matters that came to the fore. And they left, and I just want to put it on the table. It is Karin Heft and Peter Meyer. And the second thing I want to ask on a point of order, Speaker, it is quite late already in the day. Can't we just look at the urgent matters today and leave the rest for a next meeting, if possible? We've got a challenge with the heat in this building as well. And certain of our members already said that they need to get medical treatment because of the heat of this whole day. We can't work in this council with the heat that's currently part of what we experience here. So if we can look into that as well, please.
Thank you very much. I understand the issue of heat and also the issue of people that has to leave. But to say let's deal with agent reports, then others go to the next council meeting. I think that could be a decision by whips of the parties. If the whips, they gather together and agree on that, and we get from the leader of the executive to check which report that are very important for us to deal with. So I'm not saying we are not continuing with the meeting. We are continuing with the meeting, but the whips of political parties will have to meet to agree not to continue with the meeting and deal only with the reports that are very urgent. Are you making a follow-up, sir?
Yes, Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to do a follow-up. Can I propose that the whips see one another quickly, that we can discuss this matter and then come back with an answer?
I'm not against that, but can then the leader of the executive, there is a request that we deal with the agent reports, then we move other reports to the next council meeting. So my take is that the whips must gather and agree on that. I'm not going to change the agenda, but you are the responsible person for the reports. Yes, sir.
No, thanks, Speaker. I heard what my friend Ben had said there, but I think you're correct that whips must look into a decision on what they want to do. But I think we've got almost 29 reports. All of them are important in the list. Legislated about 14 of them. Then what we need to do is that let them sit and take a decision. If we reach consensus that we then have a hard stop at a particular hour, it's good, it's well and good. But what we need to do is to agree that we need to push important reports, they need to go through. Otherwise, we're going to cripple the city in terms of the work that needs to be done. If it was possible, we're going to have a divided meeting of today and tomorrow. But people might have other commitments tomorrow. Already their diaries are blocked for other commitments tomorrow. But then let's look at what whips are going to discuss and come back. Let's not take much time on that discussion because already 30 minutes is gone.
Thank you very much. Then I'll give the whips of all political parties a minimum of 10 minutes. Then you can work on that then. Can all the whips of political parties come forward, please? What's going on? Can you call MP? Can you quickly call them?
Is there?
Yeah. Why is he coming alone with the other bag?
They are forced.
Kaniyeka ukuqala uchuku macabandeni. Yani ngamaqaba. Ndimo omwisileyo kuba kutshisa. Mani ngamaqaba too much.
Yes. I wanted to show you something.
Thank you very much. Is the Chair of Chairs around? Chair of Chairs, can you approach, please? Councillors, let me apologize for the heat. It's something that they've been dealing with it since morning. I don't know what was the problem. We really apologize, and also for the incident that took place. Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. We are going back to item 13. On item 13, we need to close it before we can go to item 1. On item 13, I've got speakers that are going to speak, which is there are 5, and all of them have got 3 minutes to speak. Then we close the report, then we move to item 1. Thank you very much. Can I then call Councillor T. Mashabela from the EFF? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. It's going to be Councillor Matlawan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker, distinguished guests and fellow councillors. The EFF caucus have critically reviewed the auditor's report, which strikingly illustrates the perilous state of Tshwane municipality under the Democratic Alliance administration led by Brink. Over the past 8 years, the administration has driven the city towards collapse, as evident by the findings of this report. First and foremost, the report highlights the city's lacking senior managers who are committed to transformation and progress. This absence of leadership is steering the city into further disarray. Compounding these issues, there are glaring discrepancies in the supply statements, pointing to several financial mismanagement. The Auditor General has issued a major warning regarding Tshwane's liquidity position, as detailed in note 54. This warning indicates that the city is on the brink of financial crisis. The report states that senior officials installed by Brink and his administration are ill-equipped to lead the city forward and risk its collapse if immediate measures are not taken. This is not our report, Speaker. It is a testament of the failure of the DA 8-year-long governance failure. Yet, we are ready to receive it and ensure that those who are responsible are held accountable. We demand that the accounting officers, who are largely the product of Brink administration, must explain their actions. We refuse to be accused of unfairly targeting officials, but accountability is non-negotiable. The EFF calls for consequence management, and we are committed to restoring Tshwane to its state of integrity and functionality. We will not rest until the necessary actions are implemented to secure the future of the city and its residents. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor T.F. Khatle from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, Speaker, I'll talk on the item. Thank you, Speaker. The importance of accountability and transparency at the heart of effective municipal governance lies in the principle of accountability. Citizens have entrusted us with their resources, their hopes, and their aspirations. They deserve to know how their funds are managed, how services are delivered, and how their needs are prioritized. Consolidated Audited Annual Report provides a vital insight into these aspects, factoring in both financial and operational perspectives. The vigorous auditing process that this report undergoes serves as a safeguard against mismanagement and corruption. It assures our residents that we are not just processing numbers. We are genuinely engaging with the issues that affect their daily lives. Public scrutiny of this report allows us to foster trust and encourages active participation from the community in local governance. Speaker, in review, the financial performance outlined in this report, it is encouraged to note that we have made significant strides in strengthening our fiscal position. This year, consolidated financial statements reflect prudent financial management, showcasing our ability to maintain a stable budget while investing in essential services and infrastructure development. The report highlights an increase in revenue generation, driven by enhanced billing system and improved collection rates. This increase provides us with a solid foundation upon which we can build our future plans. However, it is imperative to remain vigilant and continue refining our processes to prevent any spillages in revenue that could impact our ability to deliver on our commitments. Yet, while we celebrate these achievements, we must also acknowledge the areas where we can improve. The details of our expenditure reveal that certain sectors require more focused investment. The audits indicate a need for greater efficiency in operation, ensuring that every rand spent translates into meaningful service delivery for our residents. Despite our progress, this report does not shy away from addressing the challenges we have faced. It presents a realistic view of the hurdles encountered during the financial year, including underperformance in certain departments such as unqualified audit opinion of housing company Tshwane and Tshwane Economic Development Agency. With material findings in this procurement and compliance on ongoing socio-economic issues exacerbated by the global economic landscape, we must recognize that the road to effective governance.
Councillor, your 3 minutes is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alderman Brink.
Speaker, the City of Tshwane moved from an adverse to a qualified opinion in the previous financial year because the city appointed a apolitical, professional senior management to take charge of the situation, including a city manager and a CFO who managed the audit process effectively. Now, when we listen to Councillor Mashabela from the EFF getting up in this council to speak of senior managers being affiliated to political parties, it is clear where this coalition in Tshwane is going. They are identifying officials, scapegoating them in an attempt to make way for cadres. Now, the problems we have in the city of Tshwane is because of the devastating effect of cadre deployment over many years under the leadership of the ANC. Cadres were so deeply embedded in this city that they survived the defeat of the ANC at the ballot box. The culture of corruption, the culture of self-enrichment, of appointments being made in deployment committees is a legacy of more than a decade of ANC dominance here. And it's clear that the EFF and Action SA now want to assist their brothers and sisters in the ANC to resume what they were busy with for decades. Speaker, the key to improve performance and service delivery is to change the culture. You can't have a culture change if you don't have management in place willing to make tough decisions, and if there aren't consequences for those involved in especially tender irregularities. And this is what will change culture. The problem, however, is if you've had more changes of mayors and city managers and CFOs than the folks responsible for tenders in supply chain management, then there is never proper accountability. The plan is in place, a system of monitoring and tracking. The audit plan was in place. That needs to be followed. The Municipal Public Accounts Committee needs to sit and to do its work. The biggest concern for the future from the DA's part, Speaker, is our revenue position and the extent of the theft of electricity. This will require unpopular decisions, including by the political leadership, a continuation of the Tshwane Yatima program, which we've seen quietly disappear since the end of September last year. With a focus on that, the city does have a chance to be a viable entity, but it requires difficult decisions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's then move to the next speaker. Yes, Leader of the Executive.
MC of Order. Speaker, I don't understand whether we were in the new world. There was no government in the last 8 years or 10 years. All these senior managers appointed by Brink, he was sitting in interviews. He suddenly forgotten that he appointed these people that he accuses about corruption. He must take blame. Now, where does the ANC features? Where does the other parties features? Because it was him and...
Okay, point of order. Why are you raising a file when you are calling a point of order? Okay, point of order. Okay, point of information. Can he finish it, then you come. Okay. Can we allow the point of information to table? Then I'll come to you. Then you do your point of order. Can we allow him? We are not going to lose anything. Thank you very much. Leader of the Executive.
Yeah, the former housing MMC is sabotaging me. Speaker, I don't want to get into debate and arguments. We can't allow misinformation in council. One councillor of the DA this morning peddled some distortions. After he got right information, he has withdrawn what he wrote in his Facebook page. We're waiting for him when we get to that item. Because he's accusing us about things that we don't know. It means people that former MMC, Brink, and former mayor, because he's got so many titles, he forgets that he appointed these chaps, so we should not touch them, even when they do the wrong. It doesn't work like that. We're not in the world of theirs. We're in the world of correcting things that are not working. It's not us. It's Auditor General SA says there's no leadership. There's poor performance on senior managers. Must we not touch them because of they are appointed by the DA? Oh, it doesn't work.
Thank you, Leader of the Executive. Your point of order.
Speaker, my point of order is on you, allowing the Leader of Executive
I'm fair to everyone.
Yeah. Can I finish speaking?
Yeah, continue.
Okay, thank you. Allowing the Leader of Executive Business to enter into a debate. If he wanted to debate, he should have put his name here and then be able to respond accordingly. But right now what he's doing is not a point of information, he's debating while their speaker has already spoken. So in other words, the ANC has recorded 2 speakers here. And if that is the case, then we should have also been afforded to be able to... Speaker, you can't interject. Speaker, why are you interjecting?
Councillor, please don't mislead the House. He raised a point of information. You raise a point of... You are not even a speaker on the item as well. But I allow you to raise a point of order.
Can I finish, Speaker?
Don't take that direction.
Can I finish?
Continue.
Thank you very much. Speaker, do not interject me. It is unfair for you. If you want to debate, get off that chair, join us here. then you can be able to debate. You must be impartial and chair the meeting. Speaker, I'm saying in future, do not allow such points of information where people disguise points of information as a way of participating in a debate. If they want to participate, they must put forward their names. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Noted, Lendo. We show you. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. The whole morning, Speaker, we've been listening patiently to the councillor who just spoke now. I don't think he has the right to utter any word on this matter because he's being out of order the whole morning, speaking in every matter in length, any way he wants how. So he should call himself first to order before calling our leader to order. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Can we then move on with our speakers? The next speaker is Councillor D. Williams Moses. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. All protocols observed. So I will quickly start off with saying it is amazing how the AG report was leaked to media on the 19th of January 2025 by MoneyWeb prior to this council seating. We do, however, understand the art of politics, where certain parties need to play optics to the media in this setting to create an illusion to their voters that they are still relevant. So in understanding the letter, allow me to state that the residents need to consider that the new leadership of the city of Tshwane only came into effect November 2024. And most of the issues raised in the AG report took place under the previous administration under Alderman Brink. Thus, they should refrain from distancing themselves from their involvement in these findings. With that being said, the new leadership will ensure that all the findings...
Sorry, Chairperson, point of information.
Ke sa phela ga botsana bana ke lebeletse lena bo mabina go solwa Bona Speaker, I'm raising on a point of information to say the Speaker, we know that she was elected in November, but this government has been elected in October, chasing after the issue of Hammanskraal looking into look good. But when it comes to that, they want to claim anything. When the report comes, they want to say the report is within the space of government of city. They must take everything and go on with it as it is. They must enjoy it like the one they're enjoying the issue of Hammanskraal water.
Thank you very much. Can we then move? Please continue, Chairperson.
Very much, Speaker. Right, so it's neither here nor there, whether you want to put it October or November. The point of the matter is you have been in leadership since. So let me continue. With that being said, the new leadership will ensure that all the findings raised, which are inherited by the previous leadership, will be attended to accordingly. It is important for residents to note that we are in government for less than 4 months. I'm talking about the current situation. Consequence management, as the Executive Mayor, Dr. Nasipi Moya said, will not be a myth, but a reality to keep everyone accountable and responsible as required. AG made mention of the city's valuation of its assets during the DA-led term. We need to really investigate this matter of hijacked buildings and unaccounted buildings, which have a huge impact on revenue collection and economic growth for the city. The property asset register must be produced and prioritized to understand the current situation of our assets. I also just need to quickly mention this because I'm checking my time. It came under my attention as the IDP Section 79 Oversight Committee Chairperson that all reports were withheld on or not submitted for at least 2 years under the previous dispensation. My question would be then, where was the accountability therein from the previous leadership in this regard? We as the new leaders understand the importance of service delivery in our communities, which supports, enhance, and improve the customer experience for all of our residents. We are committing to aligning to the 2030 vision to ignite excellence in putting people before politics. We as the IDP Section 79 Oversight Committee are committed to drive change, lead with innovative ways, and have proactive measures in place with multi- and cross-collaborative objectives for collective solutions for impacts. We are committed to our citizens to regain our trust, confidence, respect, and support with the city's endeavors to create a sustainable metropolitan municipality beyond our current situation. And I thank you, Speaker.
High five.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now I call Councillor AWF Middleburg. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is tabled here is a double embarrassment. It is an embarrassment that this morning only it was discovered that an incorrect prior draft copy of the AG report was distributed to councillors as an annexure to the municipal manager's final annual report. How does one sign off on the most important report of the year without reading it for correctness? In a way, this debacle proves the point raised by the Auditor General about incompetence, a lack of standard operating procedures and accountability as guardrails against failure. Nor is the contents of this report any reason to be impressed. It is claimed, and some centimetres of print space is spent on the claim, that the current ratio had improved, except that after the audit outcomes is considered, it has not, but it is still in the report. In the same vein, there is also no surplus. The claimed surplus turned into a deficit after the 4.8 billion in unaccounted for accruals is brought into account. We are now asked to approve for public participation this document with a host of assumptions and conclusions based on incorrect information. I cringe to put out such a document to the public. The report claims an increase of 10% in revenue. That is an increase in billing on the back of rates and tariffs increases. It is most definitely not an increase in cash flow. As the chairman of the APC pointed out in his report, our actual cash flow remained exactly where it stood a year ago. Keeping in mind that the increase in rates and tariffs that actually confirms a weakening recovery of our current payments from consumers. Why claim an illusory increase in revenue? Some may recall a speech I made more than a year ago about the Laffer curve. When you are beyond the optimal point of recovery of revenue, every increase in the tax burden thereafter results in a reduced actual cash flow. Well, that is exactly where we are now. And we will in this year fare even worse than the prior year, as we have continued to levy a higher tax burden on consumers in this year also. There is one last point that I wish to make on this score. Much has been made of Tshwane Yatima. But if we deduct from our total billing to consumers the actual cash receipts plus the amount carried forward as debtors, 0 to 365 days, then in fact, we only recovered 505 million in book debts in this last year, down from 2.2 billion in the year before. While at the same time we have added 11 billion in new debtors to push the debtors book to an unheard of 28 billion in book debts. That is what happens on the wrong side of the Laffer curve. Perhaps the city will be better served if we rather focus on solving the problem of collecting our current invoicing first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on this item as recommended. Thank you very much. Let's move to item 1. The reference number is 26715/1. Group Financial Services Department Deviation Tender approved for May 2024, 2023-2024 financial year in terms of Supply Chain Management Regulation 36 of Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003. This report is on page 6 to 11 recommendations are on page 11. I've got only 2 speakers on this item, which is Councillor Buikanyo from the ANC and Councillor Fosi from DA. Councillor Buikanyo, your 3 minutes starts now. Press once, Bob. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker, as we all know, the role of local government is paramount in serving our communities efficiently while ensuring compliance with the relevant legislation. In this context, the procurement process plays a critical part in how we secure the goods and services necessary to meet the needs of our citizens. However, there are times when we encounter circumstances that necessitate deviations from the standard procurement processes. The report before us details the specific deviations that have been proposed and subsequently approved, outlining the rationale behind each decision. I stand here in agreement with this report, and I would like to expand upon why these deviations are not only justified but essential for the effective functioning of our local government. First and foremost, let us consider the underlying principles of the supply chain management regulations. They were designed to promote transparency, efficiency, and value for money, while ensuring that procurement practices are fair, equitable, and conducive to the economic growth of our communities. However, the regulations also recognizes that flexibility is essential in responding to unforeseen circumstances. This is why Regulation 36 comes into play. It allows us to deviate from regular procurement processes when it is deemed necessary, provided there are compelling justifications. The deviations approved in this report arises from situations that were either unforeseen or required immediate action to prevent disruption of service delivery. For example, the need to address urgent repairs and maintenance within our infrastructure often cannot abide by the lengthy timelines associated with formal tender processes. Delays in such situations could lead to broader implications, including potential safety hazards or service interruptions that would affect our residents. Moreover, we must also take into consideration the nature of our local economy. In many instances, we deal with the local suppliers and service providers who might not be uniquely positioned to respond to our needs quickly and effectively. By approving these deviations, we acknowledge the capacity and readiness of our local businesses to deliver on contracts that will ultimately benefit our community. Speaker, in reflection to the challenges we face in local government, engaging with our communities effectively requires us to be agile and responsive. The complexities of our current environment, exacerbated by factors such as economic pressures and resource constraints, demand that we leverage every available means to ensure continuity and sustainability in our service delivery. However, I would like to take this moment to address a critical point here. While we recognize...
Your time is up. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm a speaker. One line.
Your time is up. I even gave you more 30 seconds on top. So your time is up. Who raised their hand first between the two of you? Who's speaking first? Okay. Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Speaker, I'm shocked at how we conduct ourselves. We had a WIPARI meeting now on request of council, and we had agreed on how we're going to dispose of these reports. And we have reported back to our caucuses. Now it looks like we are liars. Chief Whip and Leader of Executive Business, we had agreed that we are waiving on some of these reports. Now I'm hearing speeches. So if we are back to how things will be, then let us be informed and let's move in that direction. Because I had told my caucus that we are waiving. Now...
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. If I present a report and there is no one says waive, then we continue with the report until that person says I'm waiving. it might have been taken a decision, but the person that's supposed to speak must waive. Then I'll take on that. Deputy Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Speaker. The decisions of Wipari states were on course. They started. Councillor Brink spoke, and we had agreed initially. But it's fine. The decision of Wipari stands. We have communicated. Everybody's aware in our caucuses that we are waiving on certain reports and so on. We have outlined it.
Let's
proceed as such.
Okay, let me
but
come
you
by
must not
saying,
be selective.
Let me come by saying, Deputy Chief Whip.
Yes.
Item 13, it was a must that we must speak on it.
Sure.
And Alderman Brink speak on that. So now we are starting on item 1, then if there is an agreement of waiving, then I want to hear that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I will call the speakers, they are here. You must waive for record purposes. Now I'll call Councillor Fosi from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello. Okay, Speaker, we waive.
Then, as recommended, let's move to item 2. We don't have speakers. As recommended, let's move to item 4. We've got Councillor Mulausane from the EFF and Councillor Mutiba from the Action SA. Councillor Mulausane.
This thing is not. Oh. I waive, Speaker.
Councillor Mutiba. Is he not here? I want it on record that he's waiving.
We waive, Speaker.
Thank you so much. That is item 4 as recommended. Item 5, no speaker, as recommended. Item 6 has been withdrawn. Item 7 has been withdrawn. Item 8, I've got Councillor Mabukhwana and Councillor Buikanyo and Councillor Frolich. Councillor Mabukhwana.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. The EFF knows. The EFF take note of the report to inform Council of the
Sorry, Council. I want to be on the same page here. Have you agreed as whip that you are waiving in all reports, or you are saying
No,
when as EFF you didn't agree, you are presenting yourself? Which one is it?
We are speaking. What is that? Waving with who? We are speaking, we wrote notes, you must speak. I want to speak here.
Okay.
I don't want to wave, I want to speak here. Our name is on the speaker's list. So I want to speak. Please, allow us to speak. Because when we are here, people have been speaking on items here.
Councillor, no one stopped you to speak.
We are stopping me.
Wait. Your anger is not going to help you.
I'm not angry.
Your whip.
I'm not angry, I'm addressing you.
Councillors, please.
I'm addressing you. Anyone who wants to go home can go home now.
Councillor.
Anyone who is free to go home. Anyone wants to go home. I want to speak here. Was speaking, Chair.
Matebula, no.
Okay, let me wave because you are intimidating me.
I'm not intimidating you.
I'm waving because I'm being intimidated here.
Okay, Councillor Mobukwana is waving. And then Councillor Buikanyo. Councillor Matebula, what are you rising on?
Speaker, thank you very much for an opportunity. Speaker, can we please have a 5-minute caucus, please?
Okay, 5 minutes caucus granted. Wait. Hey, Matebula, sit down. You are not a whip of the EFF. You don't ask for caucuses. Please sit down. No, sit down. We are continuing with the meeting. Sit down. Sit down. Thank you. Then Councillor Buikanyo. Matebula, you are not a chief. You are not a whip of the. No, you are not. Chief whip of the EFF. So, because you might, whoa, don't assist me. Don't assist me. Councillors. Because the chief whip of the EFF is. I'm not giving you. I'm not giving you a caucus. I'm not Matebula. You can say whatever you want to say. No one informed us that we've got an acting chief whip. What nonsense am I doing? I'm doing the rules that you agreed on. The rules were decided in this house and you agreed on. The rule says only the chief whip that call a caucus. No, I'm not going to give you. I'm not going to give you. Councillor Mashawan.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the issue of whips in parties, it's an in-house matter. I don't know, I know that you will not have appreciation of that because you are alone. There's no vacuum. When the leader goes, then somebody act on behalf. Our only problem is that maybe we did not indicate to you that this one will be acting as a whip for now. But there's no vacuum and it's our own in-house organizational matter. You can't dictate to us who must be, who must not be. We are an organization and we are maniacs like this. We decide who becomes who
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm not dictating anything. You failed to inform me who's acting as a whip of the EFF. You failed to do that. Wait, Councillor. If you were saying, Councillor, if you were saying Speaker, allow the EFF. Councillor Matebula is an acting chief whip. Then I will allow that. But Can I take your hand, please?
Speaker, we request the 10 minutes to caucus. 10 minutes caucus.
Okay, 10 minutes is granted. Thank you very much. The 10 minutes is up. Ten minutes is up. Please take your seats. Let's continue with our meeting. Deputy Chief Whip. Can we all sit down, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for granting us the 10 minutes caucus. Merekwa mo councillor wa ward ko tseriganya le ko malapeng a mangwe re a leboga re boletše re swere it's firing in all cylinders we are fine.
Thank you very much. Can you please take your seats, councillors? Thank you. Okay. I was calling Councillor Buikanyo. Wave. Councillor Flourish. Wave. And then we are going to item, or as recommended. Right, let's go to item 10. Item 10, which is item 9, has been withdrawn. And item 10, reference number 25220/1, Road and Transport Department, City of Tshwane Draft Public Transport and Non-Motorist Transport Bylaw. This report is on page 433 to page 561, recommendations, and 440. On this item, I've got 4 speakers. Councillor Kadima, your 3 minutes starts now. Wave. Why would you do that? Can I have your attention, councillors, this side, because we need this to be on record. Councillor Kadima, are you waving? Thank you. Councillor Pasha? Waving. Councillor Cavender? Wave. Councillor Jacobs? Wave as recommended? Let's go to item 11. Water and Sanitation Department request to write off all open assets under construction for CBI 193 straightforward 2008 upgrade of Red Flay Purification Plant Phase 3, implementation of an ozone generation and dosing facility, testing, supply, installation, and commissioning of equipment, write-off mechanical and electrical EQ. This report is on page 562, 640. Recommendations are on 574. And I have Speaker Disilwane. EF, can you please respond? Councillor Disilwane? Wave. No. I need it on record, Councillor. Yeah, I need it on record. No, I must worry. Councillor MPJ Rakabe. Wave. Councillor Munama. Wave. Councillor, is this Sturgeon? Sturgeon, are you waving? You are speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm waiving my speech, but I don't think we can allow this report to pass without an amendment to some of the recommendations. To bring the recommendations in line with the comments from the CFO, I would just like to propose two recommendations, and it's the following: that recommendation one be changed to the following: that the report be referred to the Impact Committee for investigation for the possible recovery of funds as per the MFMA, and then recommendation 5 be changed to that the mechanical and electrical equipment be refurbished and reused where possible. And then that's proposed by me, Councillor Mark Surgeon, and seconded by Councillor Nick Pascoe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Part 2, item 11, recommended that recommendation 1 be changed to that the report be referred to MPEC Committee for investigation for possible recovery of funds as per the MFMA. Recommendation 5 be changed to that the mechanical and electrical equipment be refurbished and reused where possible. Recommendation was written by Councillor Surgeon and seconded by Councillor Pesco. As amended. Thank you very much. Yes. Leader of the Executive.
Yeah. I just want to confirm practicality of the last recommendation, because this item is for 2011-2012, and we are now dealing with correcting backlog on the regular spending. We are writing off because if it would then go to MPEC, we then investigate what were the reasons why there was wasteful expenditure, then we can take action against those. But to implement equipment that was in 2011-2012, it's not practically possible. But it can be done operational, and those that are in the department can use that equipment because of it's still ours. We can inherit it through the contract. We can lose it if we were litigated against. I don't know how we're going to implement it. It's 14 years or 15 years ago, my brother. I don't know whether you're still using the parts of Nissan or that same. In your current NP200, it's highly impossible. But I don't know how we're going to implement that recommendation. I'm not arguing it. If you think it's mechanically possible, we trust you. You are a best mechanical car fixing somebody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we then move as we have... Okay, Executive Mayor. Noted, Councillor Pesco. You can speak now.
Speaker, I just want to get a confirmation whether the first recommendation is replacing this recommendation or he's adding. Because he can't replace this first recommendation. So what is it saying there? Let's confirm that. I just want that confirmation, but also when we add, so let me make the second point. In addition to what MMC Maluleka is saying, then that means the sixth recommendation, if we can say where possible, Speaker, it may have been implied in recommendation 5, but we accept the explicitity in the sixth recommendation, but it must say where possible due to the reasons that MMC Maluleka has raised. Thank you.
Okay, Executive Mayor, just to read the first recommendation that was given. Recommendation 1 be changed to that report, to the report that the report be referred to the MPEC Committee for investigation for the possible recovery of funds as per the MFMA. That is recommendation 1. You agree with that?
No, Speaker, we do not agree with that. The whole point of this report is to ask Council to make sure that we write off this open asset. So we are complying with the processes to deal with assets under construction. So there's a reason behind this, right? We are saying we are not rejecting a recommendation to say this must be referred to MPEC. Don't replace number 1, instead have a new second recommendation, which would be that number 1, and have number 6, which is there, but say where possible, so that we don't frustrate people about material or parts or assets from 2011 that are obsolete. So that's what we are asking for. We are not rejecting them, but we are saying don't replace our number 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We agree. Thank you very much. Can we then move to item 12? Yes, I've done as as recommended. Thank you. Then we are in item 12. Reference number 07466/1. City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, Local Government Municipal Financial Management Act, Section 52D, Quarter 2 Report, and Section 72, Mid-Year Budget and Performance. That's why I'm here. But they have to say it. They know they change it. Yes. Okay. City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, Local Government Municipal Financial Management Act, Section 52D, Quarter 2 Report, and Section 72, Mid-Year Budget and Performance Assessment. Report on the implementation of Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan. This report is on page 3 to page 330. Recommendations are on page 22. And then I've got speakers here. Councillor Ratikwane, AFF. Wave. Councillor Khatle, ANC. Wave. Councillor Fisak. Wave. Councillor Makhaleng. Councillor Makhaleng, yeah, you phone, speak to me.
No, I'm speaking, Honorable Speaker. No, lena le rekile baki tše di msaka mo ke hloka bike mo le nyaka ke sa bolele. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make an input in this particular report. I want to put this following matters before.
Those are the recommendations or what?
No, I'm speaking. I'm giving my speech on this particular item. We have agreed.
No. Nenzani kanti? What are you doing, kanti, guys? No, what are you doing?
No, I'm speaking. No.
Don't say you don't know, Chief Whip.
He wants to speak. It's his right. I can't deny it.
But you agreed on not speaking.
No, we agreed that anyone who wants to
You
speak
agreed on not speaking,
no,
Chief
it was
Whip.
changed. It was changed, Speaker.
Changed by who?
By us.
No one spoke this side.
We spoke with Maluleka and the mayor. We spoke.
You spoke with Maluleka.
Order, Speaker. On the point of order.
Are you chairing the meeting?
On a point of order, Speaker.
Why you didn't come to inform me to say you have changed the decision?
On a point of order.
They're in charge. I'm not. I'm just a chief whip of opposition.
Man, don't do this.
Not me. Them.
I did not allow EFF to speak here. I'm not going to allow you. Stick on the agreement that you agreed on.
It was
Speaker.
changed because the EFF wanted to speak and we are saying...
They didn't speak. I didn't allow them to speak.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Can we continue, please?
Thank you very much. As I was saying, the following are of paramount importance.
Councillor, there is one thing that I'm not going to allow you to do, is to make me a fool.
Speaker, I'm speaking, and I said I'm speaking. Who said he's making me a fool?
No.
It's my turn. I've sent my name.
Listen.
Hey, heaven.
Listen. If your chief whip, your anger is not going to help. If your chief whip is saying they are pulling out from the decision that the whippery took, he must say that, then we allow you to speak. I didn't allow EFF here because there is a decision that you took and we stick on that decision. Why must I allow you to speak? No. Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there were different arrangements that we made and agreements. We made it clear that item 16 we are going to speak. Item 12 we are going to speak. We are on item 12 now, if I'm not mistaken. And further to that, when the EFF started to make noise, I went over to the Chief Whip and Leader of Executive Business, and we agreed that anyone who wants to speak, let them speak because it's creating chaos. We want to move with council. That was the agreement we had. So, for them to come back, it's them coming back to you, not me. But item 12, sorry, can I finish, Speaker? Item 12, 15 and 16, we said we are going to speak. Thank you, Speaker.
Can I say something? Ima cancel. Wait, cancel. There is one thing that I'm not going to allow to be made a fool. I called you here. Councillor Kaume, man, Kaume. I called you here. That is speak. Are we continuing speaking to all reports? Then you agreed that you are waiving to the reports. But we will table the reports. Then you waive. That's what I was informed. Now when you change that decision, you didn't involve me. So I'm remaining a fool. Nina Nizikleva. No, I'm not going to allow that. Why you didn't come to me to say, okay, instead of dealing with the report, there's no need for you to shake that hand. Instead of dealing the report, we want to speak, Speaker, on this report. If you have changed, you should have come to me. Leader, Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, then Leader of the Executive. Just a moment. Can I fix this, please?
We had a discussion as we resolved. Unfortunately, when we proceeded, there was an error on, we erred on item 1. A speaker from my caucus spoke. I wanted to stop him, but I then said, let me maintain decorum. Afterwards, that's why we even called a caucus when there was a chaos. And we reiterated our agreement as WIPARI stands. EM and Leader of Executive Business were speaking on the issues, on the recommendations. They were not necessarily speaking on the item. So can we please not be creative? The agreement of WIPARI stands. We are waiving on the items that we have agreed on. There is no change. That's where we are.
Thank you. Leader of the Executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. Let's apologize on what transpired between yourself and Councillor Matsibadela. It was not necessarily to undermine you, but it was also trying to respond to the chaos that started, which was unnecessary. Then there are members of the DA that approached the chief whip of the DA that they had prepared notes. They feel they want to speak. But already we had a discussion with you and an agreement that we have a hard stop at 6 o'clock. If we are not finishing at 6 o'clock, we're going to stop. But there are important items because that was done because of the request of Councillor Ben from FF Plus. And all of us, we considered to that. But when there was chaos, Councillor Offense came and said, I'm under pressure because there are members who want to speak. What do I do when EFF insists to speak as well? But the unfortunate part was not to approach you and tell you about that development. But we really apologize. It was not necessary to undermine you, but it was because of the chaos that started. We had to manage that chaos that had, ensued, so that all of us, we continue with business. We are 5 minutes before 6 o'clock, and while we are talking and wasting time, we're going to get to the hard stop. And it will be unfortunate because there are reports that must go through, including item 12, that is going to deal with adjustment budget. We need these reports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then what are you saying? We allow him to speak. That's what I want to know. What are you saying? After this new, Councillor Matebe, you are not part of it, please. After this new development, what are you saying? So you are waving. Okay, I'm giving you 2 minutes to do what you are doing. Thank you. Councillors. Thank you very much. May you please take your seats? Let's just quickly finish this and go home. Let's just finish this and go home. We were on item 12. So we are dealing with item 12. We will allow the speakers on item 12. Item 12 for next week. We allow the speakers for item 12 next week on a special council meeting, not today. So Councillor Makhaleni, you'll speak next week when we give a date for a council meeting, which will be on Tuesday. Mandated. So, item 12. Yes, Councillor Makhaleni. Okay. All right, thank you very much. We've got item 14, that's where we are going now. Item 15. Then on item 16. And, okay, let's go to item 14. Reference number 55179/1, Office of the City Manager, Municipal Electoral Officer, determination of the number of councillors for the city of Tshwane and progress on the delimitation of ward boundaries. This report is on page 910 to page 920. Recommendations are on 913. On this item, I've got Alderman Malulega and Councillor Pete Bray.
I'm intimidated, I wave.
Thank you very much, Councillor De Bruyn. Councillor De Bruyn is waving as well as recommended. Then item 15. Reference number 58793/1, Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department, revision of the 2018 Regional Spatial Development Framework for the 7th regions of the city of Tshwane, request for public participation. This report is on page 921 to 2103. Recommendations are on 932. And on this one, which is item 15, I've got Siobhan Muller. Siobhan, are you there? Okay, press it again. Yes?
Thank you, Speaker. It's a bad document that needs work on it, and I'm supposed to wave on it, but I don't agree with that.
Yeah. Waving. That's the way of waving. As recommended. Then we go to item 16. Item 16, I want to be sure. Item 16, we agreed that we speak on that item, isn't it? So we are speaking on item, from item 16 onwards, we are speaking. Item 16, reference number 59734/1, Office of the City Manager Department, appointment in a position of Management and Support Officer. This report is on page 2104, page to 2293. Recommendations are on 2109. On this item, I've got Alderman Brink and Councillor De Silwan. Alderman Brink, your 3 minutes starts now.
because it means that bylaw needs to...
Speaker, 20 minutes, that's quite a bit. I won't use 20 minutes. Speaker, fundamentally, the issue that we have with this report is, first of all, reference is made to a score of a selection panel, but no such scores are in fact given in the report. So council, who are meant to make the appointment, cannot apply our minds as to what in fact happened in the selection process, in the recruitment process. 2 of the CVs are given to us, 2 of the top candidates, but that is simply not sufficient for us to make a decision on the suitability of the candidates. We note that the recommended candidate, Speaker, we note that the recommended candidate...
Sorry, Council. Can we be quiet, please, and can I terminate the meeting there? Can I terminate that meeting? Thank you so much. Quiet.
Speaker, we note that the recommended candidate largely has experience in running a political office. And in the absence of the information which I reflected on a moment ago, I think it would be preferable for this position to be re-advertised and for the city to get the option, of the council, to get a wider option of potential candidates to assume this position. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on this item, all right, MMC Bouchier.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I'm rising on the point of information, Rule 38(2)B. I just wanted to say that chickens are coming home to roost. The Eswell government, led by DA, while sitting on this side comfortably, we've been raising pertinent issues of policies and regulations, and they have ignored us. Now, chickens are coming home to roost. We requested CVs of all Section 56 candidates who were interviewed, and they ignored us. So we also requested scoring sheet. They ignore us. But today, when we are using the same template, they want to challenge it. We are not going to accept it. We are not going to re-advertise this position. We are going ahead. The councillor there, Speaker, they can go and choose the nearest ocean. They can jump in and cleanse themselves before they ask those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then let's call Councillor B. Desulwani. Councillor Desulwani.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the EFF, we welcome this, the filling of this vacancy, because part of what this vacancy is going to do is going to coordinate very crucial departments. And we think that the candidate thereof comes with a lot of experience in the local sphere of government. So what makes us happy is that he has held very senior positions in the city. So he comes with a lot of experience, and we firmly believe that he's indeed the right man for the job. So we don't agree with the DA that this position ought to be re-advertised, Speaker. we think and believe that such positions should be filled because they are going to be very much instrumental in ensuring that there is efficiency and legislative compliance, but also to make sure that there's responsiveness on the part of our communities when it comes to service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on this item. Yes, Alderman.
Thank you, Speaker. Just on a point of information, I do recall when the shoe was on the other foot, there was also a decision taken that in the case of Section 56 managers, there would also be a security clearance check done on each individual. Is this the case? Is it currently under investigation? I just want clarity on that, please.
Thank you very much, Leader of the Executive.
No, thanks, Chair. When South Africans realized that they were oppressed, they had two choices, to submit or to fight. Then today, the S12 government has a choice, two choices, to accept that appointments that are made, they are not made by them, or to ignore progress that we want to register. I can single out senior managers that were appointed by the DA. Very clumsy people. I was saying to the former mayor, do you want us to appoint the caliber of Musula that he appointed as the city manager here? When we spoke against, I don't have an issue with Dr. Musula. His own qualification was sports science, PhD, sports science. We asked him, why are you appointing this man? He insisted, and because they had numbers, he showed us a middle finger. Today we are appointing a young man that has progressed within the institution, that grew up within the institution. He wants to say to us, import managers, don't appoint people that are growing within the institution. It's an insult to people that are paying their sweat to grow within the institution. He brought us a bodybuilder, a chief of staff with no qualifications. Now, today we are appointing somebody who grows, who has a master's qualification. Who goes, no, I've got the right to speak. I've got the right to speak. Are we seeing the rules now?
He's still on a point of information.
Now, Speaker,
Can we wait for him to finish?
Speaker, we are going to continue appointing people that have started at the junior level, that are growing within the institution, so that we can build confidence and appraise people that are committed to grow the city. We're not going to import skills here. We will do so if we are called and we don't have anybody to appoint internally. I can tell you, they will be embarrassed when we get to another item here now, within 2 minutes, of the people that are praising and want to tell us whether they know and they can sit and point best people. We are told about the criminal record. What is the point of order? I'm still talking. Chief. I think the rules are allowed.
Councillor Matsibatile, I said
they didn't do screening and thorough checkups on their senior managers. They allow Marietta Ocampo to get in without the qualification, misrepresentation. Nothing, no consequence of recouping that money. They appointed somebody with a fitness certificate to hold a diary of a mayor. No qualification, 3 years, 12-year experience that is required in terms of the law and the regulation of Section 56 managers.
Thank you, Leader of the Executive.
We can't be lectured by these ones. Many of them, they don't have skills yet. They've got farming and tractor driving skills. They can't tell us.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Yeah, Speaker, I previously asked
that, you see, the leader of executive business has a tendency of using point of information for him to give and deliver a speech. And I said that if he wants to be part of speakers, he must register his name as such. And you are continuing to allow him to use this as a means of him to give a speech. And I don't know why are you allowing that. If Councillor Maduleka wants to speak, then he must be part of the speakers list, Speaker.
Okay, press the button, leader of the executive.
Yeah, one thing that MMC, former MMC Matsibandela didn't do when he was but now he's going to learn because of his chief whip. He will learn these things. As a member of the executive and a chairperson of a committee, you've got the right to speak. You don't have to be in the speakers list. If you didn't know, that's what the rules are saying. Now you know. Act properly. Now you know. I'm taking you to Crash when bundles of joy. I'm taking you next week. Taking you to Crash.
Thank you very much. Now we are still on item, councillors, thank you. We are still on item 16. Are you coming back again on this?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I asked a question on a point of information, and I heard the MMC say that they will not subject people to any screening. That is what I understood from his words. I just need clarity on that point.
Okay, thank you very much, Executive Mayor.
Yeah, Speaker, I think let's avoid a situation where people are going to go out and misquote us. No one said that there won't be security clearance here. That's number one. Unless you are saying you've heard something I didn't hear. That's number one. Number two, no report of appointment has ever come to this council with a security clearance report. The former MMC is yet to see one outcome of a security clearance from the Section 56 that they've been appointing. So, this MSO will follow the process that other Section 56 managers have been following. The accounting officer is legally obligated to make sure that all the appointments that are being done are being vetted, and that's within his delegations. So the people must not come here and want to introduce things that they were not bold enough to introduce during their time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's then move on. We can't stay in one thing. You can't stay in one thing here. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Speaker. A quick one. Speaker, I want to remind the executive mayor that she cannot say that people did not change when they were appointing. She was part of those appointments. She was part of the recommendation. She was a big part of MEICO and a deputy mayor of the time. So if any appointment was made...
Councillors, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor, We are continuing with the meeting. Item 16, as recommended. Then let's move to item 17. Okay, let's agree on this. Let's agree on this. Yeah, that's what I'm doing now, and that's what I'm doing.
Division of the House, Speaker. Please.
Is that you're raising your hand for?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you were suppressing me.
Point of order.
Speaker,
No, we can't look at the opposition anymore.
we are dealing with problematic people that are very, I don't know whether it's emotional or what. All of them spoke.
That's a point of order.
Speaker.
Why is Aaron allowed to speak in this house? And
That is a point of order.
Why is he allowed to speak?
No, but do you see what he's doing?
What have you been doing?
Do you see what he's doing?
You suppressed me.
No.
No, you are
We asked
done.
for one thing.
You are
just to back the
done.
house.
You
Why
are
is
done.
he speaking?
Can I take a point of order?
No, I'm saying we
You are
asked for
done.
division. You cut me.
He was done, this man.
I was not done. You cut
He
me.
was done. You are done.
Wait.
You made your own accusations to the mayor. You are done.
Alderman Maluleng.
Yeah.
Please, thank you. Listen, Council. I asked you, when you said let's divide the house, I said to you, is what were you standing for?
No,
and you
Speaker.
said yes.
Speaker, no.
But there is a point of order
Point
that
of order.
came.
Point
So
of order.
I'm attending the point of order.
Point of order, Speaker.
Why don't you listen to him? Why don't you listen to him?
Okay. No, leave him, Speaker, leave him.
Continue
Yeah,
with
leave the
point of
rubbish,
order.
leave the rubbish. No, leave that spoiled bread there, leave him. Speaker. No, it's a spoiled bread, that one. No, we're not going to entertain you. You're just a spoiled bread. You are a spoiled bread. When you were born, you were kids to be told that you would be a leader. When they were giving you, when they were breastfeeding you, they were saying leader, young leader, when they were breastfeeding you. Then you have no right here. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order. When the mayor closes the debate, we are done with the debate. He spoke, Councillor Matsibadela spoke. He was given an opportunity. Why are you reopening the debate when it is closed? You can't allow a division of the house.
Order.
They are testing your patience. You can't.
How?
You can't.
Order.
How?
You can't.
We want to vote. What do you mean?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leader of the Executive. But when I asked for the recommendation, there was a no and a yes. It is up to me now to call the division of the House, because there were people who were saying no, and I cannot ignore them. So we are going to call the division of the House on this item 16. Point of order on what are you standing on? Yes, I'm going to come to you.
Speaker, I'm making a point of order and I'm requesting that MMC withdraw the comment of a spoiled brat. That's derogatory language and we cannot allow it in this house. So I request him to withdraw it. If he does not want to withdraw it, I request that he be referred to rules and orders.
Thank you very much. If I may ask you, Alderman, can you ask your men to withdraw? There is no rubbish order here. No. If you are asking for the leader of the executive business to withdraw the spoiled bread, ask your member there to withdraw what he has said. And I'm not debating on that one. I'm not debating on you with that. You have said he must withdraw. I'll ask him to withdraw. Speak to him to say he must withdraw because he's from your party. I'm not debating this. I want you to act on it. So are you telling me? Thank you very much. Councillors, can we move then? Then we divide the House. Those who are for the report, item 16, those who are for? Which one? Okay. You can lower the hands. Can you please lower your hands? Those who are against. Thank you very much. Please lower your hands. Those who abstain. 0. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Those are for, it's 102. Those against, 76. Abstain, 0. As recommended. Item 17. Item 17, reference number 69361/2, Energy and Electricity Department, to request an approval of revised council approval Annexure A, City of Tshwane Energy and Electricity Trading Service turnaround strategy. This report is on page 3 to page 100. Recommendations are on page 1. And then on this item, I've got Councillor Fosi. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker.
Please, guys, please, councillors, please.
Thank you very much.
Remember, on these items we are speaking, no waving. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Speaker, I will waive, but I need to underscore quite a few points that are a point of concern. Because clearly, when we had left office, wheels came off. On the water strategy, that when we were still in the office, it went very smooth because we had officials and together with the political principal that had interested and vested interest so far as making sure that these two trading service becomes business units so that they can be able to assist us in making sure that we get as much back for our money and making sure again that we render services to our residents. Primarily, Speaker, talking to the investment that needs to be made into that, because what the losses are far more than the investment that is made in the city, especially on this department. So this is part of the report that I actually advocated for when I was still in office. In principle, I do.
Councillors, please.
In principle, I do agree with this report. However, people who have worked on this on the from the 31st of October did a sloppy job, which is very unimpressive. I must say that I got the recommendations from the National Treasury, and I'm happy that this is, we are managing to get through to that and be able to get into the second part of our. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the only speaker on this item as recommended. Thank you. Okay, MMC Bushielo.
Thank you very much, and greetings, speakers of council, executive mayor, deputy executive mayor, members of mayoral committee, chief whip, traditional leaders, honorable councillor. I stand here today to present the revised City of Tshwane Energy and Electricity Department Trading Services turnaround strategy. This initiative, aligned with National Treasury Trading Service reform, is not only response to the evolving energy landscape, but a decisive step in securing the municipality's future energy revenue and ensuring long-term financial sustainability. It is important to note that on the 31st of October 2024, Council approved this strategy. However, the National Treasury subsequently referred it back for further refinement to align with national policy directive. In accordance with the National Treasury guidance, it is now imperative for the City of Tshwane to implement this trading services reform. These reforms focus on three key priorities. Number one, reinforcing financial operational system within the electricity trading services to improve efficiency and transparency. Number two, establishing accountable and transparent revenue channel to strengthen financial governance. Number three, preparing for incentivized budgeting in the 2025-2026 financial year, ensuring that the trading services operate as financially sustainable, sustaining entities. A key revision in this submission is the transfer of electricity distribution functions and the realignment of the reporting structure from ROC electricity to Energy and Electricity Department, which should be finalized by February 2025. Additionally, preparations are underway for the separate financial statements and balance sheet for the trading service to be achieved by 2026-2027 financial year, reinforcing accountability and financial prudence. By implementing these reforms, the City of Tshwane will not only strengthen its ability to meet energy demands, but also drive the just energy transition and adapt to the decentralization trends shaping modern energy markets. Honorable Speaker, these reforms are critical to ensuring a financially stable, energy secure, socially responsible future for Tshwane. I urge my fellow councillors to support this initiative as we work towards to build a more resilient and sustainable energy sector for our city. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. The recommendation was already accepted on this one before you can come in, MMC. So it is as recommended. Now, Honorable Councillors, in terms of Section 42 of Rules and Orders, a member may, after an item has been called, or the executive mayor, chair of chairs, may at any time move that the council resolve itself into committee for consideration of items on the agenda, and no seconder is needed for such a motion. In accordance with Section 42(3), The mover of the proposal for council to resolve itself into committee may speak on such proposal for going into committee and only the reason thereof for not more than 5 minutes. When council then resolve itself into committee, all members of the public, the media and the officials, except those officials required by the speaker to stay, must leave the council chamber. In accordance with section 42(9) of the rules and orders, the resolution to the item considered into committee needs not be announced in the open council if such a matter is a staffing matter. Honorable councillors, the items were not contained in the agenda on SharePoint due to the confidentiality nature thereof, and was distributed to councillors on a link via their email address. The executive mayor did propose that this report be considered in committee. I will now, in terms of section 42(3) of rules and orders, allow the executive mayor to speak on these reasons for the council to resolve itself into committee for this purpose. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, let's thank you for the indulgence because the titles of the reports themselves, which is the first one being a request for council to consider the advertisement of the position of the governance support officer, as well as the request for council to approve the acting arrangement for the same position. Normally, those are not the issues that are secret to council. However, the reasons that have led us to both those reports, those we consider to be confidential, because contained in them is our need for transparency, to take council into confidence into what happened and what was the process that was happening that has led to the vacancy of the GSO position. So included in that report is a forensic report as well as a legal opinion. And we didn't think that, and also in terms of us checking the law in terms of how to protect the confidential information that is there in relation to the process that has led us here, we deem that to be something that council must consider it in committee. So it's not that we are saying that we are hiding the advertisement or the acting arrangement, but we are saying there's information we want to declare to council as to what was the process that led us to the vacancy of the position. And that component, which it wasn't because of any other reasons other than the need for us to be transparent to council in terms of what happened. So that's the reason why we are asking, Speaker, that both of these reports be considered in committee, and we can have a way in which we can inform the public once the request to advertise is approved, as well as the acting arrangement. But we do not think it is legal for us to dispose the contents of that report in an open council. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. May I then, Honorable, Alderman Brink.
Speaker, I raise a point of order on the issue of confidentiality. Part 5 has 2 reports. The one for an acting appointment to be made into a position, and the other for the position to be advertised. For items of that nature to be held in committee confidentially has got no precedent. There is no basis for it. I wrote to you this morning to point it out. If there was a confidential aspect of the report, it should have been separated out into a different report. But for us to discuss in committee confidentially a report which will lead to an advertisement in the newspaper is quite evidently ridiculous. And the problem is that if we willy-nilly classify reports of that nature as confidential, then the public will become suspicious of the things that we do here. if the executive mayor wanted to present a report to us, and remember, council will not investigate or resolve on this forensic report that she refers to. There is no interest to protect here. She should have brought it in a separate report, Speaker, and with the utmost respect, you should have separated that out or pointed that out to the executive mayor and the leader of government business. So, Speaker, there is no basis for the confidentiality of these reports. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader of the Executive. Councillor, please. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks, Speaker. I want to speak after you had ruled on the point of order, so that we can be able to engage on the substance of the opposition on the item. Can I do that, Speaker, through you?
Thank you very much, councillors. And my ruling was, in fact, the next step of what we are about to do. Honourable councillors, is the proposal for council to resolve itself into committee approved? Okay. Okay. I want to take the next step, but the Leader of the Executive.
Yeah, Speaker, I'm not satisfied with your approach. Your role is not to be a conveyor belt amongst members that are sitting on opposite seats. Your role is also to make a ruling on the point of order. If there's a point of order from a member that needs your ruling, you can't move away and get into the next step. Either you admit the proposal or you dismiss it. Because that is another role of the chairmanship that you are occupying in this chamber. Then let's deal with that first, Speaker, so that we can then deal precisely and decisively with this nefarious proposal that comes from the unregistered lawyer, former mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let me give a ruling on the point of order that you have made, Alderman Brink. My ruling is that we are continuing with the in-committee. We are continuing with the in-committee of these two reports. Thank you very much. Can we then proceed? Leader of Executive, are you raising your hand? Thank you very much. Then, honourable councillors, is the proposal for council to resolve. Yes, Alderman.
Yeah, Speaker, the attempt was to protect the leakist. His embarrassment. Therefore, the former mayor is the leakist of the report and its contents. Therefore, we are dealing with the leakist now, whom has a disregard of the staffing policy and the regulation on the appointment of Section 56 managers. No, you're a leakist. You're going to be shamed now. Yeah. I'm going to make a video when I leave here. I want to be with you. We must stand there. And I want to point out to South Africans, this man that you have been praising, he's a leakist.
Thank you very much.
He leaks information of council. He's got no integrity.
Thank you, Leader of the Executive.
Unregistered lawyer has no integrity.
Thank you, Leader of the Executive. Alderman Brink, thank you very much. Thank you. Can I then ask the members of the public to leave the gallery?